Chapter 11:13. Dongbo Shuang stood amidst the vast primal chaos void. He felt cold in his heart, and his expression turned pale. All sorts of thoughts appeared. Worry, uneasiness, terror. No. Dongbo Shuang looked around him. How could one of the 5 great sacred worlds, the 7-star oceanic sacred world, disappear just like that? Or is it because my teleportation is too far off? Hong. Relying on the void, his consciousness abruptly spread out in all directions. It was vast and boundless. The surrounding cosmos and land were all enveloped by his consciousness. Having chased after the destruction devils for 1 trillion years, Shuang was too familiar with the situation in the primal chaos void. Just like when he reincarnated into the bright star world, his consciousness enveloped the entire bright star world, allowing him to know that he was in the bright star world, because he had investigated it in the past. Similarly, he was very familiar with the surroundings of the 7-star oceanic sacred world. That's right. The surrounding cosmos should be the 7-star oceanic sacred world. But why is it gone? Dongbo Shuang could not conceal his anxiety even though he was a cosmos god. Because the 7-star oceanic sacred world involved too many people he cared about. His wife and children, many good friends that left the cosmos in the past, and those from the same sect in the Great Void Heaven Temple. It has only been close to 10 billion years. What exactly happened? Dongbo Shuang suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. So, he disappeared from the place soundlessly. When he appeared again, he was already in the vast void outside the original 5 great sacred worlds. Eastern Unicorn Sacred World. It's here. Dongbo Shuang looked at the distant vast sacred world. He let out a sigh of relief inwardly. The Eastern Unicorn Sacred World was still fine. According to logic, he had spent close to 10 billion years in the realm Heart Great Land. This bit of time was not considered long to powerful cultivators. According to logic, the primal chaos void should not have changed too much. But the disappearance of the 7-star oceanic sacred world made Dongbo Shuang feel slightly terrified. He was even afraid that the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World would disappear. The Eastern Unicorn Sacred World has a deeper foundation. There's the Blade Emperor, Void Primogenitor, and the others here. There's also that mysterious and unfathomable Lord Locheng. Dongbo Shuang thought. Lord Locheng was clearly at the primal chaos realm. However, the strength he displayed was enough to suppress the Void Primogenitor's level. In Dongbo Ying's opinion, even if Ancestor Fan and the others were to use the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique to come here, they would be suppressed to the primal chaos realm. They would not be that strong. For Lord Locheng to be this powerful, it simply did not make sense. Lord Locheng is an outsider? Dongbo Shuang thought. The one who came here is just a clone of his? A mere avatar was already this strong under the suppression of the supreme law. The true body's strength would most likely be even more terrifying, above Ancestor Fan and the others. If he could reveal his full strength, he would probably be able to deal with the Holy Master directly. It's a pity that he is an outsider. He could barely exert the strength of a level 2 cosmos god at the primal chaos realm. He is weaker than Blade Emperor and Wuxia. Taking a step, Dongbo Shuang entered the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World. He casually chose a huge city to descend in. The city remained bustling with activity. There were many cultivators. In the 7-star oceanic sacred world, there was a 7-star oceanic pavilion that specialized in trading. In the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World, there was a similar Eastern Unicorn Palace Hall that specialized in all sorts of transactions. Eastern Unicorn Palace Hall. Dongbo Shuang arrived at the Eastern Unicorn Palace Hall branch of this huge city. He looked up at the towering structure in front of him. This great sir, welcome to the Eastern Unicorn Palace Hall. My Eastern Unicorn Palace Hall has everything. A beautiful true god female attendant welcomed him. Because Dongbo Shuang could easily conceal his aura, using the 9 rotation undying technique. He even deliberately released some cold killing intent, and wore a silver mask on his face. He pretended to release an aura at the Unity Realm. If a mysterious cosmos god came, much less this Eastern Unicorn Palace Hall master, it would most likely alarm Blade Emperor and the others. Very soon, he was led to an elegant hall. Delicacies and wine were served, and the female attendant was accompanying him by the side. A Unity Realm expert was considered a great expert in a huge city. I have been in closed-door cultivation for several tens of billions of years. Dongbo Shuang said. This time, I heard that the 7-star oceanic sacred world has disappeared. Yes, that was a huge battle. The female attendant chuckled. Huge battle? Dongbo Shuang felt puzzled. I heard that it was related to Sacred Master. I'm not too clear about the details. The female attendant said. She would not reveal too much. Ordinary information was spread across the world, and she could say anything that was slightly precious. If one wanted to know about it, he would have to buy it. Dongbo Shuang felt a lump in his heart. Sacred Master? This was within his expectations. For a sacred world to disappear just like that, Forefather Tian Yu and the others would not be so bored as to destroy the sacred world. Only Sacred Master would dare to do so. I want to know the detailed information about the disappearance of the 7-star oceanic sacred world, as well as what happened in the recent tens of billions of years. Dongbo Shuang said. How detailed do you want? The female attendant asked. The more detailed the better. Dongbo Shuang said. The female attendant nodded slightly. She muttered to herself for a moment. Naturally, she was contacting her superiors in secret. This information involves a lot of things, and it requires an origin world stone. The female attendant said, I have some 3-colored golden thread stones. Dongbo Shuang waved his hand, and translucent stones that were suffused with 3 colors appeared. There were even golden threads swimming within the stones. There was a total of 18 stones. It should be equivalent to an origin world stone, right? These were directly nurtured by Dongbo Shuang within his Mirage Cosmos. The items that he nurtured had to be something that he had a thorough understanding of. For example, powerful secret treasures like the 5-phase beads, or mysterious precious materials. If he did not have a thorough understanding of them, he would not be able to create them out of thin air. With his current realm, most of the weaker precious materials could be researched thoroughly and created out of thin air. It was just that he had to consume more energy. Hence, if he was willing, being the only cosmos god in the primal chaos void, who grasped hold of the Mirage Cosmos, he would absolutely be ranked in the top few in terms of wealth. It's just that truly precious secret treasures and mysterious materials could not be exchanged for using ordinary precious materials. Sure. The female attendant nodded. Very soon, a set of information was sent to Dongbo Shuang. Receiving a violet scroll from the female attendant, Dongbo Shuang opened it. After checking through it, words appeared on the violet scroll, and a large amount of information surged into the consciousness of Dongbo Shuang. Sacred Master captured the Mirage Palace Master of the Great Void Heaven Temple, Dongbo Shuang, and Dongbo Shuang died in the ancient sacred world. 30 million years after Dongbo Shuang died, Sacred Master stealthily snuck into the Great Void Heaven Temple and ambushed him. A great war broke out abruptly. Wu Zhu, Jie Zhu, and others participated in the war. In this war, Sacred Master seemed to have gone mad. In the end, he caused the entire 7-star oceanic sacred world to shatter. The Great Void Heaven Temple, Primogenita Island, and Jade Light Sacred Territory only had time to evacuate some civilians from some of the bigger cities. Almost all the civilians in the other vast regions of the sacred world were wiped out in the war that led to the shattering of the sacred world. Dongbo Ying's expression turned ashen. Almost all the living beings in a sacred world were wiped out? The information recorded in detail. It even recorded that when Sacred Master ambushed the Great Void Heaven Temple, he had even captured a portion of the disciples of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Strange. Why did Sacred Master specially ambush the Great Void Heaven Temple? Furthermore, given his temperament, why didn't he kill them directly? Instead, he captured a portion of the disciples of the Great Void Heaven Temple? Dongbo Shuang frowned inwardly. Clearly, this war that led to the destruction of the 7-star oceanic sacred world had little to do with the Primogenita Island and Jade Light Sacred Territory. Both the Primogenita Island and Jade Light Sacred Territory were merely caught in the crossfire. Ambushing the Great Void Heaven Temple is related to Sword Master? Or is it related to me? Dongbo Shuang thought. That time when Sword Master broke through, he had provoked Sacred Master to kill his way over. Sacred Master went mad? He destroyed the entire 7-star oceanic sacred world? Dongbo Shuang was a cosmos god too. He was clear that it was easy to damage a sacred world. It was hard for him to destroy the entire sacred world under the hindrance of Wuxia, Jiezu, and others. But Sacred Master still did it. He was most likely infuriated. Also Jing Qiu Yu Qingyao, and many others from the Great Void Heaven Temple. Dongbo Shuang wanted to understand the situation of his wife and children. He wanted to understand the situation of many people he cared about. But these were not suitable for him to buy information. He temporarily did not think of revealing his identity. After all, he had reincarnated once after returning from the Realm Heart Great Land. Even though he used the earliest true spirit as his foundation, there were still some differences in the aura of his soul. Furthermore, he could perfectly conceal his aura after executing the 9-rotation undying technique. Even Sacred Master felt that he Dongbo Shuang had died. Since that was the case, he naturally had to hide his identity. The enemy was in the light, and he was in the dark. That would be more effective. Naturally, there were some people who were worth trusting. For instance, Forefather Tianyu, or Void Primogenitor. It's just that his soul had dissipated in the past. A strand of his true spirit had reincarnated into the Realm Heart Great Land. Furthermore, it was related to the Realm Heart Order and reincarnating. It was not easy for Void Primogenitor and other cosmos gods to believe that he was Dongbo Shuang. I'll temporarily remain in the dark. My current strength isn't strong enough. I haven't even grasped the first level of the Chaotic Origin Dao Scroll. Amen. I should first investigate the situation of Chu Jingqiu and the others. I hope that they are fine. According to the intelligence, the majority of the people from the Great Void Heaven Temple had been moved to the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World by Sword Master and Forefather Tianyu. He hoped that his wife and children were within. Following that, Dongbo Shuang stealthily left this branch hall of the Eastern Unicorn Hall. Chapter 11:14. After moving to the Great Void Heaven Temple in the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World, the Great Void Heaven Temple was still as dazzling as before. Its radiance illuminated the entire space. Inside the Celestial Water Temple, on the huge floating continent. How laughable. We are a holy land. It's fine if we lose our experts, but we can't even protect Brother Dongbo's wife. It's a shame, a shame. The blue-robed Celestial Water Temple Master sat alone in the courtyard drinking wine. His face was filled with pain and resentment. There were maids watching from outside, but they didn't dare to approach. Ever since the Great Void Heaven Temple had gone through a huge change, the Celestial Water Temple Master had become very dispirited. Even his disciples didn't dare to come and persuade him. Struggle? How else can you struggle? Celestial Water Hall Master muttered. Those disciples still had fighting spirit, yet the more they knew, the more despair they felt. Celestial Water Hall Master had long lost all confidence. Against the Sacred Master, all cosmos gods on our side can only remain on the defensive. They couldn't threaten him at all. Sacred Master is inside, and the destruction devils are outside. Furthermore, the primal chaos void is expanding continuously. Ultimately, there will be a great apocalypse. Haha, that's good too. Brother Dongbo, Brother Leading Wing, the two of you should leave first. Very soon the rest of us will arrive. The Celestial Water Temple Master felt pained and guilty. As for Dongbo Shuang, the Celestial Water Hall Master had watched him grow up step by step. Dongbo Shuang was stationed in Primal Chaos City, so he went to Celestial Water City. He was overflowing with talent, breathtaking and dazzling. Dongbo Shuang had cultivated for a short period, yet he spent 1,000,000,000,000 years chasing after the destruction devils, and even found several golden armored graded layers of the destruction devils. He had contributed so much that even cosmos gods were speechless. In the end, even if he was captured alive by the sacred leader, he would rather die than tell the sacred leader about the destructive realm teleportation technique. Such a great contributor, Such a genius had fallen so early. But in the end, the Great Void Heaven Temple couldn't even protect his wife. Holy Master, the Celestial Water Temple Master murmured. The undisputed #1 expert of the primal chaos void actually did such a shameless thing. The difference in strength is too great. Our side can't threaten him at all. The Celestial Water Temple Master laid on the table. The wine didn't intoxicate him, but he was intoxicated. Gradually, he felt his consciousness sinking in an instant. Not good. The Celestial Water Temple Master instantly realized that something was wrong. Then his consciousness completely sank. He lowered his head and laid on the table, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this, the maidservants outside the courtyard did not realize that the Celestial Water Temple Master had been hit. The Eastern Unicorn Sacred World also had many remote and desolate lands. Right now, a large region had been carved out for the Great Void Heaven Temple to manage. They had also constructed 8 primal chaos cities, and one of them was the Celestial Water City. Tianshui City, City Lord Mansion. The Celestial Water Temple Master's incarnation, who was sleeping in the underground chamber, suddenly stood up and left the City Lord's mansion. Then he teleported to a restaurant. In a private room of the restaurant, the incarnation of the Celestial Water Temple Lord pushed the door open and entered. A white-robed youth wearing a silver mask was sitting in the room. Brother Celestial Water. Dongbo Shuang looked at the incarnation of Celestial Water Hall Master and waved his hand. Hua. 5 phases seal. This private room was completely isolated from the outside world. It was impossible to find this private room from the outside. The eyes of the incarnation of the Celestial Water Hall Master were calm. In reality, he was being controlled by Dongbo Shuang. Even teleportation was done by Dongbo Shuang controlling the void to bring him over. His true body should have sunken too. Forefather Tianyu and the others might have discovered it. Dongbo Shuang thought, it's nothing much. They can't find this place and won't disturb me. As for the matter after, it doesn't matter even if Forefather Tianyu finds out. There were not many cosmos gods he trusted, but Forefather Tianyu was one of them. Wang. Dongbo Shuang looked at the incarnation of Celestial Water Hall Master and said, this time, I hope for your forgiveness. The incarnation of Celestial Water Hall Master sat down. You hate Sacred Master? Dongbo Shuang said. Celestial Water Hall Master was ultimately an 8th level expert. Furthermore, he cultivated the law's lineage, and his soul and willpower were extraordinary. Dongbo Shuang did not have any secret treasures. It was purely because he had reached the Cosmos God realm in the Mirage and Illusory realm that he could easily control Celestial Water Hall Master. But he could not flip through the memories of Celestial Water Hall Master. He could only guide the other party to reveal many secrets. Furthermore, the moment Shuang stopped using the secret technique and left, Celestial Water Hall Master would know that he had fallen into a trap when he woke up. Hate, I can't wait for him to die. Celestial Water Hall Master had a savage expression. He seemed to have seen an infuriating scene. He gritted his teeth. Dongbo Shuang determined that Celestial Water Hall Master was not a traitor according to the illusory realm he was casting. That time when Sacred Master ambushed the Great Void Heaven Temple, how much damage did the Great Void Heaven Temple suffer? This was what Dongbo Shuang was concerned about. At the same time, he began guiding the inner heart of Celestial Water Hall Master, while he was immersed in the illusory realm, causing the entire Mirage and Illusory realm to gradually show the scene of that battle. It was too sudden. That time, Sacred Master captured a group of disciples from the Great Void Heaven Temple alive. There were 4 Hall Masters among them. Celestial Water Hall Master said. Dongbo Shuang's expression changed when he heard that. Capturing 4 Hall Masters alive? Excluding himself, the Great Void Heaven Temple had a total of 12 Hall Masters. Are these 4 Hall Masters still alive? Dongbo Shuang asked. That time, Sacred Master forced Forefather and the others to hand over the so-called destructive realm teleportation technique. Forefather and Sword Master refused to hand it over. Celestial Water Hall Master said. Sacred Master then killed all the disciples he captured. Of the 4 Hall Masters, Leading Wing Hall Master and Ancestor Devil were both killed. Dongbua Shuang felt his heart twitching. Brother Leading Wing? Ancestor Devil? Among the other 12 Hall Masters, Primal Chaos Hall Master was the leader. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master and the other Hall Masters were all familiar to him. Ancestor Devil came from the same cosmos as him. Their relationship was even more special. Dead. Dead just like that. What else? What about the Great Void Heaven Temple's losses? Dongbua Shuang asked. During that battle, other than killing many of the captured disciples, about 30% of the Great Void Heaven Temple's core disciples died. Celestial Water Hall Master gritted his teeth and said, Sacred Master did it on purpose to implicate our Great Void Heaven Temple's disciples. Although Forefather and Sword Master tried their best to protect them, many still died. What angered me the most was that for the so-called destructive realm teleportation technique, he even captured Brother Dongbua's wife Jing Qiu alive. Dongbua Shuiying's face turned pale. What he was most afraid of had happened. What about Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qingyao? And what about Dongbua Shuiying's other disciples? Dongbua Shuiying asked. Brother Dongbua contributed greatly to our side. After his death, Sword Master accepted Dongbua Qingyao as his disciple. Wuzu also accepted Dongbua Yu as his disciple. Thus, Brother Dongbua's son and daughter are still fine. His disciple Xing Huaseni did not die in that battle. Originally, Jade Light Master wanted to accept Jing Qiu as her disciple, but Jing Qiu was unwilling. She stayed in Brother Dongbua's cave dwelling and was unwilling to go anywhere else. At that time, the first person Sacred Master captured alive was Jing Qiu. Celestial Water Hall Master said, Unwilling to go anywhere else. Unwilling to go anywhere else. Dongbua Shuiying panicked. Others did not know. He knew. He promised that he would return in the future. He had the Realm Heart Order and would return to find his wife. Thus, Jing Qiu had been waiting there for him. How is Jing Qiu now? Dongbua Shuiying asked. Sacred Master captured a group of disciples. Only Shi Wan Xiang and the other 2 Hall Masters are still alive. Celestial Water Hall Master said. Sacred Master imprisoned them in the ancient sacred world and tortured them to force our Great Void Heaven Temple to hand over the destructive realm teleportation technique. Our Great Void Heaven Temple has yet to hand it over, and they are still suffering. Fortunately, Brother Dongbua did not tell his wife about the destructive realm teleportation technique. Otherwise, his wife and brother Wan Xiang would have died. Dongbua Shuiying felt pain and anger in his heart. Destructive realm teleportation technique, Sacred Master wanted it so badly? Other than acting against him, he even acted against the entire Great Void Heaven Temple. Jing Qiu and the rest are still suffering. Dongbua Shuiying understood that Forefather Tian Yu and the rest would rather die than to let Sacred Master have it easy. After all, everyone was worried about one thing. If Sacred Master relied on the destructive realm teleportation technique to deduce an avatar technique, the situation would worsen. After asking a few more questions and using the Mirage and Illusory Realm, Shuiying understood the situation clearly. Brother Celestial Water, sorry for offending you this time. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the Celestial Water Hall Master incarnation, sitting in front of him. He gently removed the mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. I am Dongbua Shuiying. Don't reveal my identity for now, but you can tell Forefather Tian Yu. He will understand once you tell him. Finishing, Dongbua Shuiying kept the 5 phases sealing technique before disappearing into thin air. Celestial Water Hall Master's incarnation's body shook before regaining consciousness. I fell into an illusion? Celestial Water Hall Master's incarnation was so frightened that his face turned pale. Following which, everything that he had experienced in the illusion, including the appearance of the white-robed youth that he saw with his naked eyes, stunned Celestial Water Hall Master. Brother Dongbua? How is he still alive? Celestial Water Hall Master was slightly stunned. Chapter 11:15. South Dongbua Shuiying immediately left the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World. He arrived in the vast primal chaos void. At this moment, the baleful aura on his body became denser. He could not suppress the anger and anxiety in his heart. He was already mentally prepared for the death of a large number of cultivators in the war with Sacred Master. After all, the primitive ancient sacred world, in the past, and the subsequent large-scale wars had resulted in heavy casualties. And all of them were caused by Sacred Master. His ancient sacred religion had made many cultivators loyal to him, from the depths of their souls. With a single order from him, the believers of the ancient sacred religion would not even care about their lives. For his own sake, he could destroy the entire primitive ancient sacred world, and slaughter an entire sacred world. He did not care even if more lives were to die. He is truly selfish to the extreme. Dongbo Shuang understood that Sacred Master would not hesitate to sacrifice all lives in the primal chaos void for the sake of his Dao path. Right now he wants the destructive realm teleportation technique. Thus, he did not kill Jing Qiu and the others. Clearly he still has hope. If I want to save them, I only have a single chance. Dongbo Shuang was clear how difficult it was to save them. That was the ancient sacred world. With the ancient sacred incarnation protecting it, nobody dared to fight with Sacred Master. Dongbo Shuang did not know that Old Monster Stone and Sacred Master were fighting. The true body of Sacred Master was there too. Sacred Master did not know of Shui Ying's methods, and there was still hope of success. The moment Sacred Master knew of Shui Ying's methods, he would be on guard, and the possibility of saving them would be low. I have to succeed. I have to find out where Jing Qiu is. Dongbo Shuang thought. Saying it was slow. Reaching the level of Dongbo Shuang, his mind was able to think very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had come up with a detailed plan. He left the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World. With a step, he arrived at the distant Nine-Cloud Great Land. The Nine-Cloud Great Land was the largest fragment, other than the ancient sacred world, after the primitive ancient sacred world shattered. There were many sentient beings living here, and there was even a cosmos god Junyi Fazu living here in seclusion. It was also an important place for the ancient sacred religion, an ancestor mother religion, to spread their religion. The ancient sacred religion had arranged for primal chaos experts to preside over this place. Nine-Cloud Great Land. Dongbo Shuang stood in the middle of the chaotic void, looking down at the boundless land below. He had come to the Nine-Cloud Great Land in the past, and was clear of the general layout of the superpowers there. He also knew where Junyi Fazu lived in seclusion. Buzz. Invisible spatial ripples instantly covered the territory of the ancient saint cult. Junyi Fazu is indeed not here. Dongbo Shuang nodded slightly. With the help of the void essence, Junyi Fazu would not be able to detect it. Dongbo Shuang did not dare to unleash his mirage and illusory realm directly, lest he accidentally affected Junyi Fazu. His mirage and illusory realm was still unable to make Junyi Fazu fall into oblivion. It was very easy to expose his existence. Junyi Fazu would not participate in the war. He would not help the factions of Wu Zhu, Jie Zhu, Blade Emperor, and Sword Master. He would also not help the factions of the two great religions. Dongbo Shuang did not trust Junyi Fazu. The ancient sacred religion merely sent a primal chaos expert here? Saint Songfu? He should be from the ancient cultivation lineage, and he should have avatars. Dongbo Shuang immediately recognized the other party. After all, he had been in the Realm Heart Great Land for close to 10 billion years. The experts in the entire primal chaos void did not have any huge changes. Saint Songfu was not too strong. He was only at the 8th level, but his ancient cultivation talent allowed him to have an avatar technique, 7 great avatars. It was useless to be envious of this kind of avatar technique that relied on his ancient cultivation talent. Sacred Master attacked the Great Void Heaven Temple, and even destroyed the entire 7-star oceanic sacred world. I believe both parties are currently fighting fiercely. There are many sentient beings on the Nine-Cloud Great Land, and it is important for us to spread our religion here. We can't give it up. Hence, we sent someone with avatars. Even if he is assassinated, he can still send another avatar over? Dongbo Shuang sneered. Most cosmos gods would have a headache dealing with primal chaos experts who had avatars, because the other party could refine more avatars after killing them. That time, Mount Chime could not even kill Sacred Master. It's a pity that he met me. The eyes of Dongbua Shueying were filled with coldness. Before he went to the Realm Heart Great Land, he was the #1 expert in the Mirage and Illusory Realm in the entire Primal Chaos Void. But at that time, there were some Primal Chaos experts with formidable soul and willpower that he could not deal with. But now, he had become a cosmos god. The power of this technique was entirely different. Most likely, only 2 or 3 9th-level experts could withstand it. The others would be finished, much less those at the 8th and 7th level. Within the 9-Cloud Great Land, by the lake, a black-robed bald old man sat cross-legged. A dark aura pervaded the surroundings. He was none other than the manager of the ancient sacred religion in the 9-Cloud Great Land, Saint Song Fu. South, a figure flew over from afar. It was a gray-robed man. He landed and greeted respectfully, Saint. Amen. Saint Song Fu opened his eyes. Is it completed? No, not at all. We have done our best. The voice of that gray-robed man who descended was trembling slightly as he said, the experts of the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World and Myriad Ancient Sacred World, ever since the destruction of the 7-Star Oceanic Sacred World, have been fighting with us in the 9-Cloud Great Land in a frenzy. Their methods have become more ruthless. All right, there's no need to explain. Saint Song Fu nonchalantly said. Since you didn't complete it, it proves that you are useless. You can return to the ancient sacred world. Yes. The gray-robed man's voice trembled. If he failed the mission, he would naturally be punished after returning to the ancient sacred world. After the gray-robed man left, Saint Song Fu frowned slightly. The Eastern Unicorn Sacred World and Myriad Ancient Sacred World have been forced into despair by Sacred Master, causing them to become even crazier? Saint Song Fu had been killed once previously, but in the blink of an eye, a new avatar had rushed over to continue presiding over the battle. They have no hope of fighting with Sacred Master. The edge of Saint Song Fu's lips curled upwards. He was filled with confidence towards the magnificent Sacred Master. Suddenly, Wang, the Mirage and Illusory Realm descended. Saint Song Fu's body trembled slightly. His consciousness had already sunk into oblivion, but his body still managed to stand up. He arced through the sky and disappeared with a teleport. Saint. There were servants waiting by the lake. Seeing their master leave, they felt puzzled yet did not dare to ask. After all, what sort of status did saints have? Why would they need to explain to their subordinates when a saint left? In the void outside the 9-Cloud Great Land, Saint Song Fu appeared in front of Dongbua Shueying. Dongbua Shueying waved his hand and executed the 5 phases sealing technique. Both he and Saint Song Fu vanished without a trace. He had to understand the ancient sacred world in the shortest time possible and find out where his wife and the others were imprisoned. On the other side, Eastern Unicorn Sacred World's Great Void Heaven Temple. In the courtyard of the Celestial Water Hall, the drunken Celestial Water Hall Master had already woken up. Brother Dongbua? How could it be him? How could he fake his death in front of Sacred Master? Furthermore, his incarnation back then had directly disintegrated. Celestial Water Hall Master was still in disbelief. To cultivators, changing one's appearance was a simple matter. He did not dare believe that the one who executed the illusory realm was Dongbua Shueying. But there aren't many in the entire Primal Chaos Void who could execute such illusory realm techniques. If it was an impersonator, he shouldn't be so foolish as to impersonate the already dead brother Dongbua, right? Even though he was puzzled, Celestial Water Hall Master immediately left to pay a visit to Forefather Tianyu. Soon, Celestial Water Hall Master, why are you here? The hunchbacked old man, Forefather Tianyu, looked at Celestial Water Hall Master and asked. Forefather Tianyu was indeed exhausted, and he was feeling sorrowful. After all, the Great Void Heaven Temple had suffered heavy casualties. How could he, as the Palace Master, not feel heartache? Even the 2 Hall Masters and Jing Qiu were being imprisoned, and he could not do anything about it. Even if the entire Great Void Heaven Temple is destroyed, the destructive realm teleportation technique must not be given to Sacred Master. Forefather Tianyu felt that he had let down his disciples. and had let down Shuiying, who had died long ago. If I want to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being useless. Snow Eagle, you asked me to take care of your wife and children. But Sai, no matter how guilty he felt, no matter how heartache he felt, he had to endure it. The destructive realm teleportation technique must not be given to Sacred Master. This was an uncrossable bottom line. Forefather, the Celestial Water Temple Master hesitated for a moment before saying, I've encountered something that even I can't believe. Just now, I fell into an illusion and sank into it. Illusory realm? Forefather Tian Yu's expression changed. He did not harm me. Celestial Water Hall Master was also slightly puzzled. Moreover, the expert who cast the illusory realm took off his mask in front of me. His appearance was exactly the same as Brother Dongbua Shuiying. He even said that he was Dongbua Shuiying. Tell Forefather, and you will understand. Forefather Tian Yu was stunned. Jing Qiu had long told Forefather Tian Yu about the Realm Heart Order, and that Dongbua Shuiying would return in the future. Snow Eagle is back? Forefather Tian Yu was both surprised and doubtful. Star. Chapter 11:16. Regarding the Realm Heart Order. Forefather Tian Yu had asked Blade Emperor before, and knew that the Realm Heart Order was mysterious and extraordinary. Furthermore, Dongbua Shuiying said that he would rely on the Realm Heart Order to return in the future. Could it be Snow Eagle? Forefather Tian Yu had thousands of thoughts in his mind. Celestial Water Hall Master, why did he cast an illusory realm on you? Forefather Tian Yu solemnly asked. Celestial Water Hall Master answered. He asked about the details of Sacred Master's attack on my Great Void Heaven Temple. He even asked about Jing Qiu, Dongbua Yu, and Dongbua Qingyao. Forefather Tian Yu's expression changed. He knows that Jing Qiu is imprisoned in the ancient sacred world. He knows. Celestial Water Hall Master felt helpless. I have already sunk into the illusory realm. Of course I will tell him everything. Not good. Forefather Tian Yu became anxious. What's wrong? Celestial Water Hall Master asked. Forefather, is this person really Brother Dongbua? Isn't his soul dissipating? And he can't fake his death in front of Sacred Master, right? Forefather Tian Yu's expression turned ugly as he asked. Did he tell you how to contact him? Celestial Water Hall Master shook his head. He didn't. You can withdraw first. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Forefather Tian Yu said. Yes, that person also asked me not to publicize it. Celestial Water Hall Master hesitated before saying. Is it really Brother Dongbua? He is still alive? Forefather Tian Yu shook his head lightly. I am not certain. All right, you must not tell anyone about this. Celestial Water Hall Master nodded before leaving obediently. Forefather Tian Yu stood there solemnly. The number of people who knew that Dongbua Shuiying had the Realm Heart Order and would return in the future could be counted with one's fingers. That person cast an illusory realm that could easily trap Celestial Water Hall Master. Furthermore, the information he inquired about Sacred Master's attack on the Great Void Heaven Temple, the possibility of this mysterious person being Dongbua Shuiying was extremely high. There is at least a 70% chance that it is the Snow Eagle. The Celestial Water Temple Master thought to himself. If it's really the Snow Eagle, with the Snow Eagle's temperament, I'm afraid he won't be able to resist saving his wife. Forefather Tian Yu felt anxious. He is still too rash. Sacred Master has reached the final realm, and his strength transcends beyond any cosmos god. In the ancient saint world, his methods were even more unfathomable. If he were to barge in recklessly, how could he possibly save someone? He was afraid that even he would be sent to hell. What should I do? What should I do? I can't contact him now. There was at least a 70% chance that it was Dongbua Shuiying. Forefather Tian Yu was not willing to watch Dongbua Shuiying throw his life away. After fighting with the Sacred Master for so many years, he knew that the Sacred Master was unfathomable, because they had never forced the Holy Lord into a desperate situation. Even the crazed old monster stone was only able to exhaust the Sacred Master's ancient sage incarnation. The Sacred Master was completely unharmed in other aspects. Just a moment later, Within the Great Void Heaven Temple, Forefather Tianyu, Sword Master, Blade Emperor, and Void Primogenitor were gathered here. Tianyu, why are you looking for us so urgently? Blade Emperor asked. Both he and Void Primogenitor had sent their incarnations over. That's right, Forefather, what's the matter? Sword Master asked too. Void Primogenitor turned to Forefather Tianyu too. Only then did Forefather Tianyu explain in detail. Just previously, it caused the expressions of the three cosmos gods present to change. They knew about the matter regarding the realm heart order, and the three of them were absolutely trusted by Forefather Tianyu. Actually, the 6 great holy grounds were extremely united. Dongbo Shuang is back. Blade Emperor frowned. He is back. Good. Void Primogenitor revealed a joyous look. Gu Qi and Dongbo Shuang had fallen one after another, and that was a huge stimulation to Void Primogenitor. Now that Dongbo Shuang relied on the realm heart order to return, he could not help but feel excited. Tianyu, you can't contact him? Have you tried tracing him? I've tried, but I can't find him at all. Forefather Tianyu answered. Let me try too. Sword Master and Blade Emperor could not help but investigate. The two of them were confident of themselves. They began searching for traces of Shuang. Nonetheless, Shuang was a cosmos god, and his soul had even absorbed the chaotic origin energy. Even if the sacred master came personally, he could not trace Shuang down. Everyone present tried, yet none could find him. What a formidable technique. Blade Emperor sighed. Celestial Water Hall Master has indeed been controlled before, yet we can't trace that mysterious person at all. Even the few of us can't find him at all. Just this technique alone has surpassed the majority of cosmos gods. Tianyu, in my opinion, you don't have to worry too much. Given how formidable this technique is, Dongbo Shuang should be much stronger than in the past. Snow Eagle should have a huge improvement in his strength. Furthermore, reaching his current realm, he isn't a reckless and foolish cultivator. He won't send himself to death. Sword Master said. His temperament. Forefather Tianyu shook his head. Hard to say. Void Primogenitor was worried too. The techniques of Sacred Master are unfathomable. Even during that time when the primitive ancient sacred world was shattered, Sacred Master had never fallen into such a difficult situation. If Snow Eagle were to go to his ancient sacred world to save someone, he would be in danger. What can we do? We have no choice. Rest assured, he should have become a cosmos god since he could isolate himself so easily. Only then would he dare to barge into the ancient sacred world. Sword Master said, how about this? Void Primogenitor, you should monitor the ancient sacred world. The moment you discover any disturbance, if Dongbo Shuang really went to save someone and met with danger, the few of us will work together to kill our way into the ancient sacred world. All right. Void Primogenitor nodded. Amen. I'll contact Jiezu and Wuzhu. Blade Emperor nodded too. They still dared to barge into the ancient sacred world if they worked together. After all, Wuzhu, Jiezu, Blade Emperor, and Sword Master were all close to becoming Sacred Master. We have to be careful too. Perhaps it might not be Dongbo Shuang. Sword Master reminded them. Very soon, the 6 great holy grounds, and the myriad ancient sacred world, had completed their preparations. Wuzhu, Jiezu, Blade Emperor, and Sword Master were prepared to kill their way into the ancient sacred world at any moment. Void Primogenitor was currently executing the destructive realm teleportation technique, constantly monitoring the important locations within the ancient sacred world. He is still alive? Jiezu was inwardly startled. That time, his teacher Old Monster Stone was infuriated because of the death of Dongbo Shuang. He even fought with Sacred Master, resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses. The ancient sacred incarnation of Sacred Master had been depleted, and Old Monster Stone was heavily injured and had fallen into a deep slumber. We have yet to ascertain if it is Dongbo Shuang. If it is him, we'll inform teacher. Jiezu thought. Even though they were not confident of destroying the ancient sacred world, they were confident of retreating with their lives. Furthermore, Jiezu was extremely confident. He still had Old Monster Stone behind his back. During crucial moments, he could ask his teacher, Old Monster Stone, to act. Time passed. Dongbua Shui Ying's teacher, Void Primogenitor, was constantly monitoring the situation. They were all waiting. They even wanted to know if the mysterious person was Dongbua Shuiying. Hoo. In the primal chaos void, on a huge rock with a circumference of several dozen kilometers, a white-robed Dongbua Shuiying stood there. Even though waves of void waves were affecting this place, the moment they got close to Dongbua Shuiying, they would be deflected away. Chaotic origin refinement body. Dongbua Shuiying wanted to save his wife. His heart was filled with anxiety, but no matter how anxious he would not foolishly send himself to death. Just by relying on the pinnacle of voidification, did he think he could save his wife from the sacred master? That was simply wishful thinking. Void Primogenitor had long reached the pinnacle of voidification. Even Emperor Juyun had reached the pinnacle of voidification. Emperor Juyun's attainments in the Tao of Void were even higher than Dongbua Shui Ying's. But he still fell in the end. Furthermore, he was barging into the territory of the sacred master, the ancient sacred world. If I barge in directly, the chances of success would be less than 10%. It is practically sending myself to death. I should at least have an 80% chance of success after cultivating the chaotic origin refinement body. Dongbua Shuiying thought. It was sufficient for him to have an 80% chance of success. One had to know. He still had an avatar in the bright star planet disguised as a disciple of the Black Sky sect. He was very low profile. Even if this body died in battle, his avatar could rapidly refine another body. To him, the most dangerous thing if he failed wasn't dying in battle, but the death of his wife. The Chaotic Origin Tao Scroll is split into two parts. One is the Chaotic Origin Combat Technique, and the other is the Chaotic Origin Refinement Body, of which the Chaotic Origin Refinement Body is the foundation. Dongbua Shuiying was relatively confident. The reason why he felt that he had an 80% chance of success was purely because he did not know what other unknown techniques the sacred master had. Just based on the known techniques, Dongbua Shuiying felt that he was 100% confident after cultivating the first level of the Chaotic Origin Refinement Body. That was why he felt that he had an 80% chance of success. Jingqiu, let's wait for a period of time. Dongbua Shuiying sat down cross-legged. He punched out. One could see the surrounding void becoming still. It immediately split into 8 spatial zones. It was just like an enormous mirror being split into 8 pieces. At the center of the 8 spatial zones was Dongbua Shuiying's fist. He had forcefully blasted out a tiny black spot. That was a grain-sized black hole. Chaotic origin energy was being emitted from within. Absorb. Dongbua Shuiying immediately revolved the Chaotic Origin Refinement Body technique. At this moment, his body maintained the pinnacle of voidification. He had become one with the essence of the void. Following that, those chaotic origin energy were immediately attracted to Dongbua Shuiying like moths flying into a flame. Chapter 11:17. The chaotic origin energy was the energy contained in the higher dimension beyond the origin world. Deep in that higher dimension, the chaotic origin energy was even denser and more vast. Even cosmos gods did not dare to enter because coming in contact with the chaotic origin energy would mean death. Currently, it was known that only the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique could allow the cultivator to traverse through space. During the process, the cultivator did not dare to come into contact with the chaotic origin energy from the higher dimension, because it was too dense and too large. Even if one's body maintained the pinnacle of voidification, they would still be corroded and killed. As for the mysterious aura near the origin world, it was very thin. The small amount that seeped in through the tiny hole was even thinner, but it still had many miraculous effects. For instance, after his soul absorbed a small amount of chaotic origin energy, he would be able to execute the avatar technique. For example, if the body could successfully absorb it, it would undergo a complete transformation. The Xia Emperor had confidently claimed that it was the most supreme technique on the same level, and that it was above even the 5 phases sealing technique. The chaotic origin refinement body of the chaotic origin Tao scroll was one of the apex techniques created by unparalleled existences who had reached the final realm in body refinement in Realm Heart Great Land. That was why just 2 levels were priced at 100,000 contribution points. Using the chaotic origin energy to nourish one's body is the apex body cultivation technique in the Realm Heart Great Land. His body is comparable to ordinary level 2 cosmos god body refinement experts. Dongbua Shuang thought. Just like the 7-colored fire, the realm of eternal night, and the 3 realms technique, they were all top-notch techniques of the same level, and they had the qualifications to fight those of a higher level. The chaotic origin Tao scroll was similar to this technique. The threshold was extremely high. He had to reach the cosmos god realm in 8 branches out of the 9 in the Tao of Void. He had to reach the pinnacle of voidification and break the cage before he could cultivate it. Time flew by. Dongbua Shuang felt waves of piercing pain coming from all over his body. After all, the chaotic origin energy was corrosive and destructive to the fleshy body and soul. Even if it was extremely thin, under the condition of the pinnacle of voidification, Shuang had to rely on the profound mysteries within the chaotic origin Tao scroll to fuse his fleshy body with the essence of the void. Only then did he fuse strands of chaotic origin energy into his body. Chi. His body was like the void itself. It was undergoing the transformation of the chaotic origin energy. Dongbua Shuang could feel an unbelievable power coursing through his body, and it was still increasing. There was no need to rush. The body was not a weapon, and the transformation process needed to be gradual. It lasted for 180 million years before everything stopped. Done. Dongbua Shuang sat cross-legged on a huge rock in the primal chaos void. He did not conceal the aura emitted from his body, causing the surrounding void to distort. Opening his eyes, he waved his right hand. Selah. An extremely thin void crack actually appeared. On the other side of this black crack was a higher dimension. The aura of chaotic origin energy permeated in. Such power. Dongbua Shuang revealed a look of joy. The chaotic origin Tao scroll was strong in its body. Because his fleshy body was comparable to an ordinary level 2 cosmos god of the body refinement lineage, even if the chaotic origin combat technique was slightly stronger than the 5 phases sealing technique, Dongbua Shuang could still reach the level 2 cosmos god standard by relying on his terrifying fleshy body. He wasn't the best, but he was probably on par with Lord Locheng. Now that I've broken through the cage, it seems the region I've broken through has become bigger. Dongbua Shuang punched out once again. At the location of his fist, 8 spatial rifts intersected. At the center of the intersecting rifts, a finger-sized black hole appeared. This hole was comparable to when Dongbua Shuang relied on the Southern Cloud sacred body to execute the arch destruction in the Realm Heart Great Land. This cultivation technique is truly worth it. Dongbua Shuang revealed a look of joy. Since he could break through such a huge hole, it represented that the density of the chaotic origin energy that permeated and had greatly increased. It was entirely possible for him to cultivate the second level of the avatar technique created by his teacher, Southern Cloud King. Cultivating avatars was much faster. Very soon, 8 Dongbua Shuangs appeared on this huge rock. Ha ha ha. Dongbua Shuang revealed a grin. With 8 great avatars, my chances of entering the ancient sacred world will be much higher this time. He still had an avatar in the bright star planet. Cultivating the chaotic origin body would allow him to break through a bigger hole in the cage, allowing his avatar technique to improve further. That was an unexpected joy. Qingyao. You are. Qingyao was currently cultivating under Sword Master in the Great Void Heaven Temple. She was working hard. Dongbua Yu was also cultivating under Wuxia in a low-profile manner. The two of them did not know that Dongbua Shuang had returned. That time, Jing Qiu was worried that her children could not keep the secret. Hence, she was not in a rush to tell her children about the matter of Dongbua Shuang returning with the Realm Heart Order. At this moment, Dongbua, Qingyao, and Dongbua Yu were naturally filled with grief and indignation. Their father had died, and their mother had been captured by Sacred Master and imprisoned in the ancient sacred world. They were filled with hatred towards Sacred Master. Hence, their desire to cultivate was much stronger. Very soon, I'll bring your mother over to meet you. Dongbo Shuiying looked at his children through the destructive realm teleportation technique. Let's go. He no longer thought about it. He headed straight for the ancient sacred world. Ancient sacred world. In the past, after the primitive ancient sacred world shattered, the largest fragment was approximately 100th the size of the primitive ancient sacred world. It was much bigger than the other 3 sacred worlds. There were many deities and primal chaos experts. In the center of the ancient saint world, there was a tall tower that shone with countless rays of black light. These countless rays of black light enveloped the entire ancient saint world, causing all the living beings to be bathed in this black light. Every single one of them was extremely loyal to the great Saint Master from the depths of their souls. For the sake of Sacred Master, they could sacrifice everything. Every single one of them seemed to be living for the sake of Sacred Master. Within the tall pagoda, there was an ancient sacred incarnation cultivating here. Even though the previous battle with Old Monster Stone had exhausted the energy accumulated by the ancient sacred incarnation, it would naturally start accumulating more origin source energy now. That is the ancient sacred pagoda. At this moment, a cosmos god had stealthily infiltrated the ancient sacred world. Dongbo Shuiying maintained the pinnacle of voidification. He had completely fused with the essence of the void, and his aura had completely disappeared. He was a part of the essence of the void. After infiltrating the ancient sacred world, even though the ancient sacred world was illuminated by the black light, nobody could discover Dongbo Shuiying. Sacred Master is over there. Dongbo Shuiying stealthily advanced. In the distance, there was a palace that was heavily guarded. On the surface, there were many protectors guarding it. There were even some puppet lifeforms guarding it. Dongbo Shuiying guessed that the security was even tighter in the dark. But he had to go over because the place where his wife Jing Qiu was imprisoned was right beneath the public square in front of that palace. South he rapidly flew over. Maintaining the pinnacle of voidification, none of the arrays could discover Dongbo Shuiying. Dongbo Shuiying could pass through the bodies of some protectors without them noticing. They lived within the origin world, and Dongbo Shuiying was the essence of the void. Naturally, nobody could discover him. Sacred Master. Dongbo Shuiying arrived at the public square. With a glance, he saw the palace door ahead opened. Deep within, there was a black-robed barefooted figure seated cross-legged on a black stone bed. His appearance was neutral, and it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. His appearance was pure and holy. Just sitting there gave off a vague feeling of the supreme law. Dongbo Shuiying felt apprehensive inwardly. He had come into contact with many secrets in the realm Heart Great Land. His understanding of level 3 cosmos gods had deepened, and he understood that Sacred Master had long reached the final realm of cosmos god. Currently, he was advancing towards the final step of grasping the supreme law. Clearly, the other party had some comprehension of the supreme law. He can't discover me now, but the moment I bring Jing Qiu away, I'll immediately alert him. Dongbo Shuiying no longer pondered. He stealthily dived down. The public square in front of the palace was made of thick stone, and had many arrays. Yet none of them could obstruct him. Dongbo Shuiying continued diving down. The space beneath was huge. There were many levels of prison. Dongbo Shuiying had obtained detailed intelligence from Saint Songfu, knowing that his wife and the 2 hall masters were imprisoned in the Sea of Agony, within the Inferno prison. Only then did he use the destructive realm teleportation technique to investigate this place. Only then did he find where his wife and the 2 hall masters were imprisoned. Otherwise, if he foolishly relied on the destructive realm teleportation technique to search for them, he did not know how long it would take him to find them. The news of Saint Songfu's death had been reported to the Sacred Lord 180 million years ago. Sacred Master remained indifferent to this. He was only slightly startled that the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World and Myriad Ancient Sacred World could kill an 8th level expert using the soul lineage. Inferno Prison Sea of Agony. Dongbo Shuiying continued searching. The Inferno Prison had a total of 3,900 levels, of which 80 were within the Sea of Agony. What was the Sea of Agony? The Sea of Agony emphasized on the torture of one's soul. This was primarily because Jing Qiu was weak and could not endure too much torture. Hence, she was thrown into the Sea of Agony in the Inferno prison by Sacred Master. Why the need to torture me every day? Your torture is merely to refine my heart. You want me to submit to Sacred Master and lose my autonomy? That is simply a delusion. On the 3300th level, there were many shackles imprisoning an old man with disheveled hair. The old man sat there cross-legged. He allowed the guards to inflict all sorts of torture on him, yet he remained calm. Dongbo Shueying watched silently before continuing diving down. For the sake of spreading his religion, and for the sake of making many experts submit to him, Sacred Master had directly controlled the souls of some. As for those whose soul and willpower were too strong and unwilling to submit, Sacred Master could not bear to kill them. Hence he imprisoned them. Through all sorts of torture, he forced the experts to lower their heads. I've arrived. Dongbo Shueying saw it. On the 3511th level, on the surface of the Sea of Agony, there were many figures floating on it. Layers of aura were rumbling on the surface of the Sea of Agony. This was the weakest level among the 80 levels. Jing Qiu was one of the 6 figures floating on the vast Sea of Agony. As for Myriad Elephant Palace Master, and the other 2, they were thrown to the lowest level of the Sea of Agony. After all, they were 2 primal chaos experts. Jing Qiu. Dongbo Shueying came to Jing Qiu's side. Jing Qiu was floating on the Sea of Agony with a calm expression. It seemed like everything was fine. Dongbo Shueying knew that the torture of the Sea of Agony targeted one's soul. Back then, I was unwilling to hand over the destructive realm teleportation technique. Who would have thought that Sacred Master would be so shameless as to implicate you? Dongbo Shueying felt ashamed and helpless. Even if he was given another chance, he would still not hand it over. I have to act quickly. Dongbo Shueying went through the entire battle plan in his mind. This time, he had to succeed. Chapter 11:18. The rolling aura of the Sea of Bitterness permeated into Jing Qiu's soul, causing her to suffer the Sea of Bitterness soul-devouring torture day and night. Amen. The pain in her soul abruptly dissipated. Jing Qiu could clearly feel her fleshy body. Ever since she was thrown into the Sea of Bitterness by Sacred Master, she had not felt her fleshy body for a very long time. What happened? Jing Qiu opened her eyes. There was a huge tree by the side. On the tree, red flower petals were floating down. In front of her, a white-robed young man was currently looking at her. The flower petals landed on the body of the white-robed young man and her. Jing Qiu looked at him in a daze. Silently, tears began flowing down her face. Dongbo Shueying felt his heart trembling. His eyes became moist too. Snow Eagle, you are back? Jing Qiu could not help but say with a trembling voice. Jing Qiu, I have made you wait for so long. I have made you suffer. It is my fault. Dongbo Shueying looked at his wife. His heart was filled with pain and guilt. It's fine, it's fine. Jing Qiu immediately reacted. How did you save me when I was imprisoned in the ancient sacred world? Where is Sacred Master? Sacred Master is currently fighting with me. Rest assured, from today onwards, nobody will be able to harm you. I swear. Dongbo Shueying lightly hugged his wife. In the past, facing Sacred Master, he felt absolutely helpless. His teacher Guqi had died. Previously, he was forced to reincarnate into the realm Heart Great Land. His wife was also captured. But everything was in the past. In the outside world, Dongbo Shueying, who maintained the pinnacle of voidification, immediately kept the 6 figures floating in the Sea of Bitterness into his Eden treasure. One of them was his wife Jing Qiu. At the moment when he kept them, Hong. A grand pressure engulfed the entire Inferno prison. The entire Inferno prison became still. The Sea of Bitterness, that was originally floating, also froze. Those protectors and prisoners were all unmoving. Amidst this frightening pressure, there was even some supreme law lingering within. After this unseen ripple swept across, Shueying, who could not be seen, could not help but reveal his appearance. Dongbo Shueying looked up. His gaze pierced through the obstructions of space and matter. and he saw the figure in the black gauze dress sitting cross-legged on the black stone bed in the palace hall above the Inferno prison. At this moment, the Holy Lord opened her eyes and looked down. His domain had already forced Dongbua Shuiying to reveal himself. The pinnacle of voidification might be something most cosmos gods could do nothing against, but most who reached the final realm of the cosmos had ways to break it. Who are you? The Holy Lord looked down at the silver-masked, white-robed young man in the depths of the Inferno prison. His booming voice reverberated around Dongbua Shuiying. The sacred master got off the black stone bed, his body passing through everything as he walked downwards. In the depths of the Inferno prison, although Dongbua Shuiying was being suppressed by his opponent's law domain, he was still able to control the void, preventing Saint Lord from teleporting away. Every profession had its own specialization. In terms of the void, Shuiying was stronger than Sacred Master Hua, even though he could not teleport away. Instead, a figure condensed in midair in front of Dongbua Shuiying. That was an incarnation formed naturally using the energy from the ancient sacred world. It was a white-robed sacred master. This white-robed sacred master extended his hand, causing lightning to appear in his hand. Extinguish! Dongbua Shuiying brazenly acted. He extended his palm. It was like a layer of clouds enveloping the incarnation of the white-robed sacred master. Many inscriptions were revolving on his palm. And beneath the incarnation of the white-robed sacred master, a huge black palm appeared. The palm above was slapped down by Dongbua Shuiying, and the huge palm below came from thin air. The two palms came together. Amen. The expression of the white-robed sacred master, who had always been calm, changed slightly. The lightning in his hand turned into a spear as he waved it out. Nevertheless, the space enveloped by the two palms was suddenly suppressed. With a single push, it was flattened. The incarnation of the white-robed sacred master and the lightning spear he condensed had turned into a painting. This painting, under the suppression of the two huge palms, with a slight tremble, it turned into powder. Chaotic Origin Combat Technique. This was a combat technique created by Emperor Summer from the realm Heart Great Land. It could perfectly unleash the strength of a chaotic origin body. Its techniques were profound and practically contained all profound mysteries from the Tao of Void. Its power was naturally beyond the 5 phases sealing technique. Voila! Dongbua Shuiying waved his hand. 5 hazy beams of light quickly spread in all directions, expanding crazily. Humph! At this moment, Sacred Master seemed to be casually descending, yet he had displayed his most terrifying speed. Sacred Master had already traversed 30% of the entire Inferno prison. Even though the 5 dimmed light pillars around Dongbua Shuiying were fast, they could only cover close to half of the entire Inferno prison. Hua! 5 phases sealing technique. There were 3,900 levels in the Inferno prison, but at this moment, approximately 1,900 levels had been enveloped by Dongbua Shuiying's 5 phases sealing technique. They were isolated and sealed. Hua! They disappeared without a trace. The huge Inferno prison disappeared just like that. The entire void was still intact. It seemed that the Inferno prison had only had about 2,000 levels. Amen. Sacred Master had already killed his way over. Yet he discovered that many levels of the Inferno prison had disappeared. An enormous space had disappeared just like that. Beneath it were layers of rock and soil. But his eyes brightened. Spatial isolation? Is this a technique of Emperor Juyin? Who would have thought that it would appear once again? Eastern Unicorn Sacred World, Blade Emperor City. One of the incarnations of Void Primogenitor had been staying here for a long period of time. He had been observing the movements of the ancient sacred world. Even though he had persisted for 180 million years, Void Primogenitor remained patient. Could it be that brat Snow Eagle? Void Primogenitor waited silently. He was observing. Primarily, he was observing Sacred Master who was cultivating and Jing Qiu, who was floating in the sea of agony deep within the Inferno prison. If it is Snow Eagle, he will definitely save Jing Qiu. If the ancient sacred world wants to stop Snow Eagle, only Sacred Master can do it. Void Primogenitor was sure that as long as he was observing the two of them, the moment Dongbua Shuiying tried to save Jing Qiu, he would be discovered. The only problem was that mysterious man really Dongbo Shuang? Amen. Void Primogenitor's body trembled as his eyes widened. Under his observation, Jing Qiu and the other 5 figures had disappeared from the Sea of Agony. He couldn't see any experts around him. Come quickly. Attack. Void Primogenitor transmitted a message. Shua, shua, shua. 5 figures appeared at the same time. They were Blade Emperor, Sword Master, Forefather Tianyu, Wuzu, and Jiezu. Other than Blade Emperor, the others were just incarnations. After all, everyone had to be stationed at various places. At this moment, Sword Master, Wuzu, and Jiezu's true bodies rushed over at their fastest speed. How is it? Is it Snow Eagle? He really acted to save her. They were all watching anxiously. Void Primogenitor waved his hand, and an image appeared beside him. It was the scene he saw. In the image, the sacred master on the black stone bed had already stood up. Moreover, a terrifying domain had enveloped the area, forcing Dongbo Shuang to reveal himself. A white-robed young man with a silver mask. Him. Forefather Tianyu, Sword Master, Blade Emperor Wuzu and Jiezu. The 5 of them carefully observed the white-robed young man's appearance, as if trying to find some clues. Wearing a mask. Who is it? He acted to save Jing Qiu. The possibility of him being Snow Eagle is very high. Void Primogenitor said. Don't be anxious, it might be bitter flesh. Wuzu watched carefully, but before he could finish he stopped. Because in their observation, the incarnation that the sacred master had formed was actually killed by the white-robed young man with the silver mask with a single slap. Moreover, it was a technique of the Tao of Void. Tao of Void. The void is connected with heaven and earth. World-like painting, suppression of extinction. Void Primogenitor was startled. He was currently the strongest expert in the Tao of Void in the entire primal chaos void. Yet he could discern all sorts of profound mysteries from that palm executed by Dongbo Shuang. For instance, the Tao of Void's heaven phase and earth phase fusing together, or the world-like painting, suppression of extinction, etc. Such a technique was something even Void Primogenitor could not achieve. He is stronger than me in the Tao of Void, Void Primogenitor said. Wuzu, Jiezu, Blade Emperor, Sword Master, and Forefather Tianyu had long seen through it. Even though they did not have a deep understanding of the Tao of Void, they understood that the incarnation of the sacred master had the strength of a cosmos god. Even though the incarnation did not have any secret treasures or a powerful fleshy body, it was still a cosmos god. To suppress and kill the incarnation of the sacred master, this silver-masked man should be a level 2 cosmos god. A level 2 cosmos god? Injuring himself to gain sympathy? How could it be possible? Where did the sacred master find such a terrifying expert in the Tao of Void? Snow Eagle has a deep foundation in the Tao of Void. He used to be from my lineage. Void Primogenitor thought. But how long has it been? It is fine for him to become a cosmos god, but to reach the level 2 cosmos god realm? He disappeared. He disappeared without a trace. Nearly half of the entire Inferno prison disappeared without a trace. In the scene where Void Primogenitor spied, only close to 2,000 levels of the Inferno prison remained. For him to disappear as if he had never appeared, is it spatial isolation? This is something only Emperor Juyun could achieve, Void Primogenitor said with shock. He had spent a great deal of effort in researching spatial isolation, yet he could not comprehend it. Chapter 11:19. The disappearance of a huge space was not a simple concealment. At the same time when it disappeared, the other spaces naturally closed up as if it had never existed. Clearly, that space had been isolated from the ordinary space. Emperor Juyun's treasure cove was like that. After hiding it, it could no longer be found. It's Snow Eagle. It must be Snow Eagle. Void Primogenitor excitedly said. Previously, he disappeared without a trace. He could even hide deep into the Inferno prison, and even the arrays set by Sacred Master could not discover him. He should have reached the pinnacle of voidification. Previously, that palm technique in spatial isolation. His attainments in the Tao of Void are beyond mine. He should be comparable to Emperor Juyun. Furthermore, he specializes in the illusory realm, and Celestial Water Hall Master could not resist at all. Specializing in the void and the mirage and illusory realm, and reaching an extremely high attainments in both, such an expert must have gone through many trials and tribulations. How could he appear out of nowhere? It must be Snow Eagle. Snow Eagle specializes in the illusory realm and void, and has even obtained the inheritance of Emperor Juyun. Also, he knows about the Realm Heart Order, taking the risk to kill his way into the ancient sacred world just to save Jing Qiu. Other than him, I can't think of anyone else. As for a conspiracy, I don't believe Sacred Master could find such an expert. Void Primogenitor was so excited that his body was trembling. The death of his disciple Gu Qi made him sad. Gu Qi's only disciple, and also his most outstanding disciple, Dongbo Shuang, had died too, making Void Primogenitor feel even more guilty. Now that this silver-masked expert appeared, Void Primogenitor believed that he should be his grand disciple, Dongbo Shuang. Amen. There is more than a 90% possibility that he is Snow Eagle. Forefather Tianyu was filled with joy. He added, "No matter what, we have to help him. After we meet, we can verify it." How long has he disappeared for? He has reached the level 2 Cosmos God realm. Wu Zhu sighed. Is the Realm Heart Order so mysterious? Let's wait and see first. Jiezu smiled and said, "He's quite strong. It won't be easy for the Holy Master to kill him. If the situation is really bad, we'll be able to rush over. Now that he has disappeared, we can't even find him." Yes. Wait. None of them were anxious anymore. In their opinion, a level 2 Cosmos God expert who reached the pinnacle of voidification should have heaven-defying survival capabilities. Back then, Emperor Juyun had only fallen after the destruction of the primitive ancient sacred world. Snow Eagle? Although the Void Primogenitor was certain of this, he was still worried until he saw it face to face. Inside the sealed space, there were about 1,900 levels in the Inferno prison. A large number of guards in the Inferno prison were panicking. The prisoners were also puzzled. Some of them were even looking forward to it. In the Sunless Inferno prison, they were happy to encounter an unforeseen event, because they might have a chance to escape. Dongbo Shuang stood in midair. "I'm afraid I can't escape from the 5 phases sealing technique. If I could rely on this technique to escape, Emperor Juyun wouldn't have died in the past." Dongbo Shuang understood this point. Keep. With a thought. Manipulating the void, he moved all 1,900 levels of the Hells of Flame into his own heavenly abode treasure. As for the protectors, they were teleported to another location. He would deal with them later. The prisoners were temporarily freed from their torment. The entire sealed space abruptly trembled. Dongbo Shuang abruptly looked up at the trembling space. Not good. This space is isolated. Even the destructive realm teleportation technique can't enter or leave. Even I can't enter or leave. This space was completely isolated from the outside world. One had to use the great destructive realm teleportation technique to enter or leave. Otherwise, he could only destroy this space. If it were within the sealed space, it would be simple. One could simply break through with force. When the power of the attack exceeded the limit of this sealed space, it would naturally shatter. But in the outside world, this sealed space was completely isolated. It had shrunk to the point where it was hard to see with the naked eye. Most people couldn't find it. The sealed space immediately shattered. Who would have thought that you could execute spatial isolation? Who are you? Since when did an expert like you appear in the primal chaos void? Sacred Master's voice was filled with delight as he killed his way in. This spatial isolation technique was executed within his domain. Naturally, he could easily discover the point where the space disappeared. Given his experience of fighting with Emperor Juyun, he was clear that after spatial isolation, the space would not move. He just had to attack that point. In the domain of Sacred Master, or even within the ancient sacred world, executing spatial isolation was a joke. Because the entire ancient sacred world was controlled by Sacred Master. But if it was outside, it would be hard for Sacred Master to find it. For instance, if Emperor Juyun escaped far away, and set up spatial isolation. He would shrink it to a point and hide his treasures in cavern dwelling within. The nine-cloud great land was vast and boundless. Where would Sacred Master find it? It was even harder than finding a needle in a haystack. South, at the moment when the sealed space shattered, Dongbo Shueying immediately flew into the sky. His speed was incredible, but he was still exposed under the terrifying domain of Sacred Master. Trying to escape? The black-robed Sacred Master wielded an ancient mottled pike in his hand. At this moment, the ancient sacred pagoda, which had been enveloping the entire ancient sacred world, was gathering all its power onto the pike, causing the power of the pike to rise rapidly. This caused the expression of Dongbo Shueying, who had already rushed out of the ground, to change. Not good. Why were the experts not willing to kill their way into the ancient sacred world? Because they knew that even if they did, it would be a waste of effort. The ancient sacred incarnation of Sacred Master was practically one with the ancient sacred world. Within the ancient sacred world, Sacred Master could use the energy of the entire ancient sacred world to strengthen himself. Naturally, his power would increase tremendously. In the outside world, Sacred Master was unparalleled. In the ancient sacred world, Blade Emperor Jiezu and the others only dared to say that they could escape unscathed. Only Old Monster Stone dared to kill his way in. In the end, both sides were heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. Xiao. Sacred Master suddenly threw out the ancient mottled pike in his hand. The moment it was thrown out, it disappeared without a trace. It was extremely fast. Although Dongbo Shueying had expected this, it was still too fast. Even so, it was still too fast. The pike directly pierced into his chest. At the tip of the pike, black cracks could be seen. Those were the cracks that broke through the cage of the origin world. Even though Dongbo Shueying had reached the pinnacle of voidification, he could still feel the pain. Selah, the pike pierced into Dongbo Shueying's chest, causing him to be sent flying by the pike. In an instant, he transformed into a ray of light, and was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. What? Having already flown out of the ground, the calm and confident Sacred Master's expression finally changed. He could clearly see it. That pike had pierced into the chest of the silver-masked white-robed young man. However, it had only pierced a little, barely breaking his skin. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. Under Dongbo Shueying's control, blood naturally wouldn't flow. I was actually injured by him. Dongbo Shueying looked down at his chest. The skin on his chest had been pierced by the ancient mottled pike, yet it could no longer penetrate deeper. It was completely blocked by his muscles. My chaotic origin body is the strongest body cultivation technique, at the same level in Realm Heart Great Land. Furthermore, it has absorbed the chaotic origin energy. It is comparable to ordinary level 2 cosmos gods. In addition to the pinnacle of voidification protecting me, I originally thought that my survival capabilities should be comparable to that of Jiezu. Yet it seems I am still slightly weaker? Dongbo Shueying thought. He had previously watched the battle from the sidelines. When Sacred Master fought with Jiezu, he could not even injure a single hair on Jiezu. But Dongbo Shueying had overestimated Jiezu. Sacred Master could not even break through the origin world during ordinary battles. In the ancient sacred world, Sacred Master was strengthened by the energy from the ancient sacred world. Only that pike could break through the origin world. Like Dongbo Shueying, he had relied on the profound mysteries of the Tao of Void to break through. Sacred Master purely relied on his frightening strength to break through the origin world. Even if Jiezu faced this move, he would most likely suffer from some light injuries. It was quite frightening for Dongbo Shueying to suffer from this light injury. What a terrifying fleshy body. This fleshy body, most likely only Jiezu and Devil Mountain Primogenitor are slightly stronger than him. Watching the battle from afar, Wuxia, Jiezu, Blade Emperor Swordmaster, Forefather Tianyu, and Void Primogenitor, who were prepared to save Dongbo Shueying, were all stunned. This fleshy body was too terrifying. Both Devil Mountain Primogenitor and Jiezu cultivated the body cultivation lineage. Naturally, Jiezu had a higher attainment. With the guidance of Old Monster Stone, his cultivation technique was sufficiently formidable. allowing him to reach the pinnacle of level 2 Cosmos God. Jiezu could not help but say, his fleshy body isn't too strong. It should be close to that of Devil Mountain. But he has the pinnacle of voidification protecting his body. His survivability should be close to mine. Experts who cultivated the Tao of Void are formidable in survivability. So when did their fleshy bodies become so terrifying? Unless Dongbua Shuiying has such attainments in body cultivation? His teacher, Old Monster Stone, regarded Dongbua Shuiying highly, because Dongbua Shuiying was formidable in the Cinnabar inheritance. But that was only in the soul aspect. It was not a fleshy body. How would Jiezu know? This was a terrifying Tao of Void body cultivation technique, created by the faintly strongest expert in Realm Heart Great Land, Emperor Summer, by relying on the chaotic origin energy. Dongbua Shuiying spent 100,000 contribution points to exchange for it. Xiao, tell me your identity. Sacred Master waved his hand, causing the distant spear to disappear and reappear in his hand. He then chased after Dongbua Shuiying at an extremely fast speed. The two could not teleport. They could only fly. Within the region of the ancient sacred world, Dongbua Shuiying could not execute the destructive realm teleportation technique at all. Most likely, a strand of lightning could destroy his destructive realm teleportation technique. And in terms of flying speed, even a Void Tao expert's flying speed was far inferior to a Sacred Master's. The distance between both parties rapidly shortened. Such an amazing Tao of Void technique, and such a formidable fleshy body. I can even feel the aura from a higher dimension from your body. It is impossible for you to escape. The eyes of Sacred Master were blazing. His aura began transforming. Originally, his aura was gentle and would cause others to submit to him. But at this moment his aura became vile. It was so vile that it made Dongbua Shuiying feel apprehensive. Hung, a black heatwave rolled on the surface of Sacred Master. Scales gradually appeared on the surface of Sacred Master's skin. Dongbua Shuiying, who was getting closer, revealed a look of shock. Destruction Devil. After spending 1 trillion years in the Lost World corridor, he was able to recognize with a single glance that the strongest expert in the primal chaos void was actually a destruction devil. Chapter 1120. How could he be a destruction devil? Didn't the destruction devils only appear after the primitive ancient sacred world shattered at the boundary of the primal chaos void? Dongbua Shuiying looked at the distant Sacred Master, whose aura had turned incomparably wicked. A layer of scales had formed on the surface of his body, and a heat wave was emitting from his body. Only after the primitive ancient sacred world shattered did the destruction devils appear. And Sacred Master had existed since the earliest period of the primitive ancient sacred world. According to the timeline, it was impossible for him to be a destruction devil, unless he isn't a life form from this era of the primal chaos void. He should be a life form from an era before that. That is a destruction devil from the previous era. Dongbua Shuiying immediately made a guess. The continuous expansion of the primal chaos void and the birth of destruction devils made Dongbua Shuiying feel that the supreme law was pushing this primal chaos void into a great apocalypse. Only after the great apocalypse could a new life be born. That would be another era. What? Destruction devils? Sacred Master is a destruction devil? Void primogenitor, forefather Tianyu, Sword Master, Blade Emperor, Wu Zhu, and Jiezu, who were watching this scene through the destructive realm teleportation technique, were all startled. Even though Jiezu was the disciple of Old Monster Stone, and Old Monster Stone knew about it, he did not say much. Because in the opinion of Old Monster Stone, it did not matter whether he said it or not. In this origin world, only Old Monster Stone and Sacred Master could survive through the great apocalypse, and survive until the next era, and the era after that. For the entire era of the primal chaos void, Old Monster Stone was practically in a deep sleep. He would occasionally wake up and take in a few disciples. Nevertheless, it was hard for his disciples to cultivate to the final realm of Cosmos God, and they could not survive through the great apocalypse. Hence, Old Monster Stone was indifferent to everything. He was used to life and death. Hence, he rarely fought with Sacred Master. Sacred Master would usually not offend Old Monster Stone. The two final realm existences walked on two different paths. If there was no need, they would rarely fight. Usually, they would clash during crucial moments. For example, when the primitive ancient sacred world was shattered, Old Monster Stone was involved in the dark. Although the two of them were walking on two different paths, if he saw that the Sacred Master was close to success, Old Monster Stone would also try to disrupt him and hold him back. After all, he wasn't willing to watch the Sacred Master succeed. Although the Holy Lord was furious, there was nothing he could do. Old Monster Stone only cared about himself. He didn't care about the outside world and focused on his cultivation. Even if the Holy Lord wanted to destroy Old Monster Stone's path, there was nothing he could do. However, it was clear that cultivating oneself was also the most difficult path. Why would it be the Destruction Devils? He is a powerful existence that was born in the earliest period of the primitive ancient sacred world. Could it be not the Destruction Devils of our era? The Cosmos gods were not foolish. They were able to deduce the answer soon after, and they could not help but feel astonished. Facing an old fellow who had lived for more than one era, they all felt pressured. He's not from this era. My master probably knows that as well, Jiezu thought to himself. His master, Old Monster Stone, had long told him that he had to take that final step and reach the ultimate realm in order to survive the great destruction of the chaotic void. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Sacred Master and Dongbue Shuang flew out of the ancient sacred world one after another. The original speed of the Sacred Master was extremely fast. After revealing his true body, his speed skyrocketed. Chi. The scales on the surface of the body of the Sacred Master were covered in gray lightning. A black aura was rolling around his body. He held onto an ancient modeled pike. The pike was constantly being reinforced by the ancient sacred pagoda, and there was even gray lightning flowing on it. He is here. Dongbue Shuang was startled. He looked up. We are still quite far away from flying out of the ancient sacred world. The ancient sacred world was too big. Even if they kept flying upwards, they could not teleport. It would take the time taken to brew a cup of tea to fly out. Die. Many inscriptions lit up on the surface of the Sacred Master's scales. The aura of destruction abruptly surged. His gentle eyes were now cold, and the aura of the ancient mottled pike became abnormally terrifying. It seemed to be piercing over lightly. The Destruction Devils were born for the sake of destruction, and the Destruction Devils that reached the final realm would have their innate talents evolved to a perfect stage. Their offensive power was even more frightening. Myriad worlds form. At the same time as Dongbue Shuang fled, he turned around and executed the chaotic origin combat technique with his palms. Hua! One could see Dongbue Shuang slightly rotating his palms. Immediately, an enormous world that looked like a painting appeared in front of him. Many layers of worlds were being formed in front of him. The world was like a painting. It was extremely thin and spanned across 1 trillion kilometers. At that moment, a dense number of worlds stacked on top of one another appeared before Dongbue Shuang. Piu. The pike pierced over. Many layers of worlds were pierced through. The impact on the pike's speed was practically negligible. It was like a skewer of meat being pierced through. This pike traversed across 5 million kilometers and pierced through a myriad of worlds. Turn! Dongbue Shuang gritted his teeth. He tried his best to twist the void. The Scarlet Cloud combat technique could twist the void. Nevertheless, the surrounding was the domain of the Sacred Master. Furthermore, the entire ancient sacred world was the territory of the Sacred Master. Under the suppression of the grand energy, Dongbue Shuang felt the entire space solidifying like an endless mountain. The difficulty of twisting it was too great. He could barely move it by a tiny bit. And this tiny bit was not targeted at that terrifying destruction pike. If he wanted to twist that pike, that would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. This strand of void that Dongbue Shuang was twisting was actually twisting his own body. He was doing his best to evade during the crucial moment. Pooh! Even though he tried his best to evade, the pike that was originally aimed at Dongbue Shuang's chest still pierced through his shoulder. The spearhead had already torn apart the cage of the origin world. After being weakened by the pinnacle of voidification, it still pierced through the muscles on Dongbue Shuiying's shoulder. The muscles on Dongbue Shuiying's shoulder began twisting. He deliberately widened the wound on his body. His body then rapidly flew backwards to escape from that pike. After that, the bloody hole on his shoulder rapidly closed up. Fortunately, the power is slightly weaker than what I expected. Dongbue Shuiying felt his heart relaxing. Even though the pike had pierced through, given how strong his fleshy body was, it did not matter how many holes were pierced through his body. What was important was whether it had harmed his life force. The power of this pike might have injured him, but it was relatively light. When Sacred Master stabbed out with this pike, he could sense that his pike did not injure this silver-masked expert seriously. If not for my ancient sacred incarnation being completely exhausted, why would I need to reveal my true body? Sacred Master watched as the silver-masked young man escaped. He felt frustrated in his heart. The ancient sacred incarnation was his strongest technique. The ancient sacred incarnation fused with his true body, causing his combat power to soar. He suppressed Old Monster Stone and heavily injured him. As for the true body of the Destruction Devil, his combat power had increased by 30 to 40%, but it could not compare to the ancient sacred incarnation, which was several times stronger. To Sacred Master, the true body of the Destruction Devil mainly specialized in survival. He had no choice. He no longer had his strongest technique. He could only rely on some weaker techniques. I'll injure him 100 or 1,000 times. Let's see if he can still resist. Even if I can't kill him, I'll do my best to trap him. Sacred Master thought. A mysterious expert. He was so formidable in the Tao of Void, and had a terrifying fleshy body. Ever since the ancient sacred incarnation was completely exhausted, Sacred Master understood that it was impossible for him to grasp the supreme law in this era of the primal chaos void. He had to wait until the next era to start all over again. But to him, the most precious things were the cultivation techniques that he desired. For instance, avatar cultivation techniques or body cultivation techniques. Regardless, to Sacred Master the more the better. He had an endless amount of time to slowly cultivate. Hua. Sacred Master executed his horrifying and profound spear technique. He did not seek to kill Dongbue Shuiying. Instead, he wanted to delay the other party and prevent him from escaping. You can't escape. I advise you to work together with me. I won't kill you. Sacred Master delayed Dongbue Shuiying and prevented him from escaping. At the same time, he was persuading him. What a formidable close combat technique. Dongbue Shuiying originally thought that with the Scarlet Cloud combat technique and the Chaotic Origin combat technique in his hands, he should be able to fight against Sacred Master in terms of techniques. But in reality the gap was too big. There was no helping it. Even if World Ancestor and the others came, they would be suppressed. 5 phases sealing. Dongbue Shuiying abruptly executed the 5 phases sealing technique. South he then disappeared. The small space where he was at had disappeared too. This move again? Sacred Master saw this. He immediately pierced his spear at that point where space disappeared. Hong! That dot suddenly exploded, and 3 streams of light flew in 3 different directions at the same time. What? Sacred Master was slightly startled, because those 3 streams of light were all masked white-robed young men. Furthermore, the Tao of Void techniques they executed were exactly the same. Sacred Master could not see any difference. Which is the true body? Sacred Master was stunned, but closely following that he had a guess. His eyes were blazing. Maybe they are the true bodies? Is it the avatar technique? He desired many cultivation techniques, and the avatar technique was definitely ranked at the forefront. Hua. Sacred Master immediately chose an avatar to chase after. At the same time, with a thought, he condensed 2 incarnations using the world energy from the ancient sacred world. The 2 incarnations obstructed the other 2 white-robed young men. For an incarnation to reach the strength of a cosmos god, it consumed a huge amount of Sacred Master's heart force. He could at most maintain a few incarnations. Chase after me? The 3 avatars were escaping. Actually, they were not that different from each other. It was just that the main body cultivated the chaotic origin refinement body and was carrying Jingqiu and the others. Go! 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 The three bodies of Dongbo Shuiying, who were escaping, had practically executed the same move. 5 phases sealing. Hong, Hong, Hong. Sacred Master and his 2 incarnations were respectively trapped by the 5 phases sealing technique. Hong. Sacred Master's true body naturally broke out of it. But his 2 incarnations could not struggle out of the 5 phases sealing space. My true body has 100% of its strength. Even though the souls of these 2 avatars are slightly weaker, it isn't hard for them to execute the 5 phases sealing technique. Dongbo Shuiying thought. If he was willing, he could allow his true body to maintain its peak strength, and the other 8 avatars to maintain 50% of their strength. 3 avatars. You are chasing after the wrong one. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled inwardly. That's right. The one that Sacred Master was chasing after. Actually, it was normal that he did not bring along the main avatar of Jingqiu. After all, the 3 bodies were exactly the same. Their auras were the same, and they executed the same techniques. It was impossible to discern any differences from the surface. Even if I am lucky, I still have 5 other great avatars in my Eden treasure. This was the reason why Dongbo Shuiying felt 90% confident. His survivability was amazing, along with the 8 great avatars that came this time. Even in his territory in the ancient sacred world, Dongbo Shuiying felt that his chances were great. He did not even feel that it was too difficult. Primarily, the most terrifying ancient sacred incarnation did not appear. Amen. The 3 avatars of Dongbo Shuiying, who were escaping, looked up at the same time. Sacred Master also looked over. At the outermost periphery of the ancient sacred world, close to the primal chaos void, a distorted maelstrom passage appeared over there. 4 figures flew out from within. All of them had grand auras. Some of them were even stronger than Dongbo Shuiying. All of them were peak level 2 cosmos gods. They were none other than Jiezu, Blade Emperor, Wuxia and Sword Master. The moment they appeared, the 4 of them immediately acted. Chapter 11:21. The green-robed thin and small Jiezu extended both his hands downwards. Hua! His arms rapidly expanded like 2 heavenly pillars descending. The white-haired Sword Master unsheathed his sword. By the side, the golden-robed Blade Emperor unleashed a dazzling blade light. The sword light traveled across 1 trillion kilometers before descending on the ancient sacred world. The blade light was even more tyrannical. On the other hand, the sorcerer ancestor, whose body was encircled by chains, was preparing to unleash a move. An incomparably huge array that covered the entire sky appeared in the sky above the ancient sacred world. Damn! Sacred Master's expression turned ugly when he saw this. Sword Master and Blade Emperor were both extremely powerful in combat. Because of their different cultivation paths, even though they were weaker in survival, their offense was frightening, close to a level 3 cosmos god. As for Wuxia, his techniques were all round. Domain, restriction, direct combat, incarnation. All sorts of techniques were used together with others, giving Sacred Master a headache. Even though Jiezu had not reached the pinnacle of voidification, he was taught by Old Monster Stone, and his fleshy body was tyrannical. To kill Jiezu, unless Sacred Master used the technique that heavily injured Old Monster Stone, igniting his ancient sacred incarnation, exhausting all his energy into a single move. But firstly, he would usually not let his ancient sacred incarnation leave the ancient sacred world. Secondly, he was not willing to offend Old Monster Stone. Thirdly, only when he did not use his trump card would it be called a trump card. If he used it, it would no longer be a deterrent force. Just like now, when facing a mysterious expert whom he wanted to capture, the other party had escaped into the ancient sacred world. It's a pity that his ancient sacred incarnation was used up. If I knew about this, I wouldn't have forced Dongbo Shuiying to be so ruthless. Sacred Master thought. Fighting with Old Monster Stone has resulted in a huge loss. So. The 3 avatars of Dongbo Shuiying continued fleeing. Sacred Master was still chasing after one of them, even though Jiezu and the others were attacking from above, because the distance was too far. They required some time before they could truly descend. Dongbua Shuang suddenly revealed a joyous look, because he felt the suppression from the surrounding space disappearing. A grand energy was suppressing and repelling the world energy of the ancient sacred world. Domain! It's Wuzu's domain. Dongbua Shuang was elated. Although Wuzu's move seemed slow, the moment the array was formed, it instantly enveloped the area for billions of miles. It was much faster than the sword light, saber light, and the descending arm. More importantly, the world energy of the ancient saint world was repelled. I can distort space. A look of joy appeared on Dongbua Shuaying's face. While Saint Lord was not as proficient as Dongbua Shuaying in terms of the void, his attainments in it were still quite deep. He was still able to freeze the void, preventing him from teleporting. However, at Dongbua Shuaying's level, the void domain distortion was equivalent to teleportation for a short distance. He did not even need the destructive realm teleportation technique. He was able to manipulate the void to distort it. This was because within the range of Wuzu's formation domain, the paramount laws would be forced away. Dongbua Shuaying's void distortion was not suppressed at all. With a twist, he appeared beside Jiezu and Wuzu. Shwa shwa shwa. The three great avatars had escaped to the boundary of the ancient sacred world. Sacred Master stopped and watched. He felt frustrated in his heart. It isn't the destructive realm teleportation technique, yet he is able to distort the void when the void is frozen? This mysterious expert seems to have a profound attainment in the void. The Scarlet Cloud domain was the core technique of the Scarlet Cloud combat technique. In the past, Scarlet Cloud Paragon Master specialized in group battles precisely because of the Scarlet Cloud domain. Reaching the realm did not represent that he could execute it. For instance, a level 1 Cosmos God expert in the Tao of Void would have a hard time creating the 5 phases sealing technique, even if he had comprehended all 9 branches. Creating the chaotic origin Tao scroll was a joke. Realm represented the foundation, and many secret techniques were techniques used, like Mount Chai-Mei, who could execute avatar techniques at the primal chaos realm. But Sacred Master and the others did not. No choice. Sacred Master's attainments in the Tao of Void were merely at the pinnacle of primal chaos realm. He could not compare to Dongbua Shuaying, Void Primogenitor, Guqi, Emperor Juyin, and others. Creating an avatar technique? How could it be that easy? Are you younger brother Dongbua? Wuzu transmitted. Snow Eagle? Sword Master looked at Dongbua Shuaying too. It's me. Dongbua Shuaying did not hide anything. He transmitted back. But Wuzu, Sword Master, Blade Emperor, and Jiezu revealed a grin. Let us go. After giving Sacred Master a good show, the group of cultivators then left in a carefree manner. It was Void Primogenitor who took the initiative to open the destructive realm teleportation technique passage. Blade Emperor City, within a palace hall. Dongbua Shuaying, Jiezu, Wuzu, Sword Master, and Blade Emperor walked out from a distorted spatial maelstrom. On the other side was Void Primogenitor and Forefather Tianyu. Snow Eagle? Forefather Tianyu looked at Dongbua Shuaying. Dongbua Shuaying took off his mask, revealing his appearance. He chuckled. You can use the destruction flower? Forefather Tianyu still asked. The others also looked at Dongbua Shuaying. Dongbua Shuaying chuckled. He extended his hand, causing a 9-petaled flower to condense in the illusory world. The 9-petaled flower turned from illusory into reality. This 9th-level technique, that fused the profound mysteries of the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter, appeared once again. Seeing the appearance of this 9-petaled flower, everyone present chuckled. Actually, after adding all the previous reasons together, they were more than 90% confident of succeeding. It was originally difficult to create a 9th-level technique, and the 9-petaled flower was a fusion of the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter. Other than Shuaying, who was the creator, no one else knew how to do it. Snow Eagle, you are really back. Forefather Tianyu revealed a grin. That's great. Blade Emperor sighed. Even though we've heard of how mysterious the Realm Heart Order is, we still find it hard to believe that you would return despite your soul dissipating. What exactly is so mysterious about the Realm Heart Order? By the side, Wuxia could not help but ask. I don't find it strange that you broke through to the Cosmos God realm. But now the few of us know of your spatial isolation, pinnacle of voidification, avatar technique, and many other techniques. Furthermore, you have such a powerful fleshy body. Have you cultivated the body cultivation lineage too? Dongbua Shuang explained. The Realm Heart Order is mysterious. It can allow a strand of my true spirit to reincarnate into another origin world. Furthermore, I can even return to my hometown. Another origin world? Oh! Wuxia and the others present were filled with anticipation and shock. I've learned some techniques there, Dongbua Shuang said. It's a pity that many techniques in the Realm Heart Great Land are limited. It is hard to learn them, and they are restricted from being taught to others. But I still have an avatar in the Realm Heart Great Land. In the future, if I learn any techniques that I can teach to others, I can naturally teach them to others. The primal chaos void was facing the threat of a great apocalypse. To Sword Master, Wuxia, Blade Emperor, and others, if he could, he would do so. It's a pity that the Realm Heart Order depends on fate. If you aren't fated, you won't be able to see it even if it is right in front of you. Blade Emperor sighed. He had long understood this point from his teacher, Lord Locheng. Within a cultivation room deep underground in the cavern dwelling, Dongbua was currently seated cross-legged. There was a huge and complicated array floating in front of him. This array was constantly changing. His father, Dongbua Shuang, was killed by Sacred Master, and his mother was imprisoned in the ancient sacred world. This made Dongbua crazily desire to become stronger. Even though Wuxia was doing his best to help him, Dongbua was currently at the Unity Realm. He was still far from reaching the 5th level Unity Realm. Save his mother? Take revenge? Even his teacher, Wuxia, did not have the confidence to save his mother. Even though he was bitterly cultivating, deep in his heart, Dongbua was filled with despair and hesitation. I am the son of Dongbua Shuang. I must not disgrace my father. That time, my father's cultivation conditions were not as good as mine. If he were alive, it wouldn't be hard for him to become a cosmos god. I can do it too. I must do it. Dongbua had an intense desire. But in reality, even Wuxia shook his head inwardly. Because Dongbua's heart realm had not reached the 3rd level, and the chances of him breaking through to the primal chaos realm were slim. Suddenly, you are come to the Blade Emperor city. Wuxia's voice sounded in the mind of Dongbua. Yes, Dongbua stopped cultivating. Go to the Blade Emperor city? Dongbua came out of closed-door cultivation with some doubts. Wuxia had already arranged for his subordinates to send Dongbua over through an ultra-long distance teleportation. After a moment, sister, little brother, Dongbua and Dongbua Qingyao met outside the Azure Lake Palace, in the Blade Emperor city. The Azure Lake Palace was one of the temporary residences where Blade Emperor would usually receive his good friends. The palace doors opened. The two of you, please. An attendant led the way. My teacher asked me to come over. Dongbua Qingyao said. Little brother, what about you? Me too. Dongbua felt bewildered. Strange. What matter can't he say directly? Why did he ask the two of us to come to the Blade Emperor city? Dongbua Qingyao transmitted a message to his little brother. Under the guidance of the attendant, they entered the palace. They continued moving forward, and very soon, they arrived in front of a lake. By the lakeside, there was a long table. Cosmos gods were seated in 2s and 3s. There were Wuxia and Jiezu. There were also Devil Mountain Primogenitor, Great Emperor Cloud Serpent, Jade Light Master, and others amidst the group of cosmos gods. There was a white-robed young man and a light blue-robed girl, who seemed like an immortal couple sitting together. Dongbua Shuang was currently chatting with other cosmos gods. He would occasionally say a few words to Jingqiu by his side, and Jingqiu would simply smile as she listened. Suddenly, Dongbua Shuang and Jingqiu turned over. They saw the two people being led over by the attendant. Dongbua Qingyao were looking at the white-robed young man and light blue-robed girl in a daze. Father, Mother, Dongbo Yu, Dongbo Qing Yao were watching with disbelief. They could not help but stop. Their eyes turned red. Chapter 1122. Dongbo and Qing Yao saw their parents again. The family was reunited, and the group of cosmos gods were in a joyous mood. They were happy to have another great general on their side. After all, Dongbo Shuang dared to enter the ancient sacred world to save someone. Even though his combat strength was at the bottom of level 2 cosmos gods, comparable to Lord Lo Chung, he might be weaker than Devil Mountain Primogenitor and Jade Light Master. But he stood at the apex in sneak attacks, survival, and soul. The group of cosmos gods felt more confident in facing Sacred Master. We should temporarily keep the matter of Snow Eagle becoming a cosmos god a secret. Wuxia chuckled. Otherwise, Sacred Master might be able to guess if someone whose soul has dissipated appeared. It is better to keep it a secret. Everyone agreed. After all, Dongbo Shuang was related to another origin world, the Realm Heart Great Land. If Sacred Master knew about it, he would likely go mad with jealousy. Dongbo Shuang agreed too. This would save him a lot of trouble. Within the primal chaos void, amidst a vast sea of flames, there was an enormous flaming star. This huge flaming star was none other than the primitive sun star. Teacher, the incarnation of Jiezu stood in the void, maintaining a distance from that primitive sun star. If this incarnation of his went over, it would likely be incinerated. Teacher, the incarnation of Jiezu transmitted over. Who is it? The primitive sun star was huge, but at this moment, an incomparably huge black figure appeared on the surface of the primitive sun star. It occupied approximately 1/3 of the entire primitive sun star. This huge black figure opened its eyes with slight displeasure. Its dark yellow eyes stared at the thin and small incarnation of Jiezu in the distant void. It's you, this little devil? The voice of the huge black figure rumbled. What's the matter? Say it. His voice was filled with slight displeasure. He hated being disturbed the most during his sleep. As for his disciples, even though Old Monster Stone had some feelings for his disciples, it was not deep. He knew that when an era passed, a new era would be born after the great destruction of the primal chaos void, and his disciples would die. Even though he always looked forward to his disciple reaching the final realm of Cosmos God. It's a pity. He had lived through several eras, and there were quite a few disciples who reached the level 2 Cosmos God realm. But there had never been a final realm Cosmos God. Master. Jiezu's incarnation knew that disturbing his master's slumber would make his master unhappy. This was also the reason why he came here after confirming Dongbo Shuang's identity. Dongbo Shuang isn't dead. He's still alive. Dongbo Shuang, Old Monster Stone, who had just woken up, was still in a daze. Wah! The enormous black figure transformed into a thin and small old man. He was even thinner than World Ancestor, and looked like a bag of bones. The hunchbacked Old Monster Stone hastily said, "You said that kid didn't die? But when I looked at the primal chaos void, there wasn't a shred of true spirit left. Unless he obtained the Realm Heart Order, and went to the Realm Heart Great Land?" Teacher, you know about it? Jiezu was startled. He immediately nodded. Right, Dongbo Shuang said that he had relied on the Realm Heart Order to reincarnate into the Realm Heart Great Land. Haha, Old Monster Stone guffawed. His laughter was like rolling thunder that caused the entire sea of fire, where the primitive sun star was located, to tremble. Who would have thought that he would have such an opportunity? Where is he now? Old Monster Stone said. He was too lazy to look at the primal chaos void again. Furthermore, he could guess that the aura of Dongbo Shuang's soul should have changed after reincarnating. He is in the Blade Emperor City. The incarnation of Jiezu answered. Let me go and have a look. Old Monster Stone was in a relatively good mood. After all, he was heavily injured because of Dongbo Shuang. Now that he was still alive, he felt that the world was mystical. Old Monster Stone took a step before disappearing. When he appeared again, Old Monster Stone had arrived at the Blade Emperor City. The region of the Blade Emperor City was much smaller, and Old Monster Stone immediately discovered that group of cosmos gods. Blade Emperor City, within the Azure Lake Palace. Above the lake, a figure condensed. He was none other than Old Monster Stone. Amen. Blade Emperor, Wuxia Jiezu Sword Master Jade Light Master, Devil Mountain Primogenitor, Dongbua Shuiying, and others were greatly startled. This was the place where Blade Emperor stayed, and it was heavily guarded. Even Sacred Master could not teleport here. Haha. Even if it is the ancient sacred world, I can enter and leave whenever I want. Old Monster Stone held onto his walking stick as he walked through the void. Wuxia Blade Emperor, and the others felt the pressure. Senior Stone. Dongbua Shuiying said with shock. He had seen Old Monster Stone before, but that time, he was still at the Primal Chaos realm, and could not discern how strong Old Monster Stone was. Fellow cultivators, there is no need to worry. This is my teacher. Dressed in green robes, the thin and small Jiezu stood up with a smile. Jiezu's teacher? Everyone was startled and enlightened. Snow Eagle, are you acquainted with him? Forefather Tian you transmitted. Sword Master, Wuxia, Blade Emperor, and others were still watching solemnly. They could feel the terrifying aura from Old Monster Stone. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. Old Monster Stone looked at Dongbua Shuiying before nodding slightly. Since the other cosmos gods had ascertained the identity of Dongbua Shuiying and the Senior Stone, that he addressed the other party as Senior Stone, Old Monster Stone was even more certain that this brat in front of him was indeed Dongbua Shuiying. What a pity. Old Monster Stone shook his head. I originally wanted to take you in as my disciple. Yet who would have thought that you would head to the Realm Heart Great Land first? I am not specialized in the Mirage and Illusory realm, and even if I took you in as my disciple, I would merely be giving you some guidance. In the Realm Heart Great Land, you can get much more guidance on cultivation techniques than what I can get here. It seems we are not fated to be teacher and disciple. He wanted to take me in as his disciple. Dongbua Shuiying was startled. By the side, Jiezu looked at Dongbua Shuiying and explained. Younger brother Dongbua, the Cinnabar inheritance was created by my teacher. Since you could create the 10th transformation of Cinnabar, my teacher wanted to take you in as his disciple. It's just that some unforeseen event occurred, and you went to the Realm Heart Great Land. Teacher, Jiezu chuckled. You might not know this, but even though it hasn't been long since Dongbua went to the Realm Heart Great Land, his strength has improved tremendously. This time, he infiltrated the ancient sacred world. Jiezu briefly explained. Actually, I was lucky this time. Dongbua Shuiying added. I prepared carefully, yet the legendary ancient sacred incarnation did not appear. Hence, things became much easier for me. Ancient sacred incarnation? Old Monster Stone gave a strange chuckle. That time when I knew you had died, and the disciple I chose was gone, how could I let that young devil off so easily? Hence, I killed my way over and fought with him in the ancient sacred world. Given my strength, that young devil could not threaten me at all if I did not use the ancient sacred incarnation. Hence he risked his life, and the two of us fought. I was injured, but the ancient sacred incarnation of that young devil was also exhausted. Later on, I found out that the reason why you were captured by Sacred Master was related to that Mount Chime. Hence, I acted and pinched that treacherous little bastard Mount Chime to death. Dongbua Shuiying still had a look of understanding. When he heard the last part, he was startled. Mount Chime is dead? He was still thinking of taking revenge. But even now, he could not find the avatar of Mount Chime. My path of cultivation is different from Sacred Master. I have reached the final realm of Cosmos God in the body cultivation lineage. In the future, I wanted to break through the origin world by myself and step into the next level. Old Monster Stone chuckled. I seek for myself. Hence my techniques are slightly more unique. In the primal chaos void, I can exist anywhere, and I can investigate every single place. Even though the avatar of Mount Chime could hide, as long as he is in this origin world, he can't hide. Wuxia, Blade Emperor, and the others were slightly startled. This was a true senior. After reaching the final realm of Cosmos God, one had to advance to another level. Their techniques were even more unfathomable. Sacred Master, that young devil, is thinking of ways to grasp the supreme law Old Monster Stone said. But it is impossible for him to do so in this era. Young devil, teacher already knows that he is a destruction devil? Jiezu asked. He has revealed his true body this time. Old Monster Stone nodded when he saw that. The destruction devils are born from the primal chaos void. They are born for the sake of destruction. Only by transcending to the cosmos God realm could they escape from the influence of the desire for destruction. He is even more amazing for reaching the final realm of cosmos, God with the body of a destruction devil. Reaching this stage, he naturally desires to take the final step and grasp the supreme law. To him, there are fewer experts in the early stages of an era. Hence, his schemes still have some hope. As time goes by, more and more cosmos gods will emerge in an era. All of them will stand on the opposite side of him. As time goes by, the number of opponents he has will be higher, and his chances of success will be lower. Old Monster Stone said. Naturally, the battle with me has consumed the accumulated power of his ancient sacred incarnation. In this era, his chances of success are slim. I reckon he understands this point too. It is all thanks to Senior. Wuxia said. Otherwise, I'm afraid there would be more wars. Haha, he is from the same origin world as me. Old Monster Stone guffawed. If I were to step into the next level, I would also want to control this origin world. Even though the path he takes is different, he similarly wants to control this origin world. If he succeeds, given his personality, I would most likely be doomed. Hence, I would act in the dark during every crucial moment. Like that time when the primitive ancient sacred world was shattered, I acted in the dark. Is that so? The group of cosmos gods present was startled. Both of them had reached the final realm, and both wanted to take the final step. Hence, they did not wish for the other party to succeed. Alright, rest assured. Sacred Master, that child devil child Sacred Master will not jump around. You all have more experts. And he no longer has the ancient sacred incarnation to rely on. At most, he would stir up some trouble before the great apocalypse. I guess he is already planning for the next era. Old Monster Stone sighed. Today, I will accompany you little fellows for a chat. I plan to go back to sleep. I might wake up when the great apocalypse arrives. You all should properly cultivate. Your most important enemy isn't Sacred Master but yourselves. It's yourselves. Old Monster Stone looked at them. This primal chaos void is like a huge ship that is about to sink. Don't think that it is far away. The further it goes, the faster the expansion of the primal chaos void will become. More destruction devils will be born, and the day of the great apocalypse will arrive faster. The day of the great apocalypse is likely much earlier than what you all have predicted. Old Monster Stone said. It is better for you all to work hard and cultivate. If you aren't strong enough, the moment this ship sinks will be the moment all of you die. I am used to seeing the apocalypse of an era and the extinction of all sentient beings. Everyone present felt their hearts trembling. Great apocalypse, Senior, how long is our primal chaos void from the great apocalypse? Wuxia asked. Dongbua Shuiying, and the others looked nervously at Old Monster Stone. In terms of experience, Old Monster Stone was the most experienced. Amen. Old Monster Stone muttered to himself. At the same time, his consciousness rippled across the entire primal chaos void. The next chapter had yet to be sorted out. Today would be the last chapter. Chapter 1123. Before this, Dongbua Shuiying and the others viewed Sacred Master as their greatest enemy. Only now did they understand that their greatest enemy was time. When the time came, the great apocalypse of the primal chaos void would wipe them out. Dongbua Shuiying had avatars in the realm Heart Great Land that could survive. But in the future, even if he were to use the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique, he would not be able to reincarnate and would be rejected by the primal chaos void in the next era. It isn't too long. Old Monster Stone looked at the group of cosmos gods in front of him, before glancing at Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qing Yao who were suppressing their shock. Only then did he say, the primal chaos void is expanding faster and faster. Under the situation where all of you can resist against the destruction devils, It should be around 15 trillion to 20 trillion years. What? So short? Everyone present was greatly startled. Dongbo Shui-ing had a heaven-defying talent. Yet he spent 1,000,000,000,000 years before becoming a cosmos god. Swordmaster's expression changed. So short? His comprehension ability was extremely high. Even if he did not temper himself outside, he still spent close to 20 trillion years in closed-door cultivation to reach the peak of level 2 cosmos god. Swordmaster understood that he had to break through several bottlenecks before he could reach the final realm of cosmos god. Fusing every branch was a huge obstacle, and finally fusing all branches back together would be the hardest to deduce the Tao of slaughter to the final realm. No wonder. Swordmaster still remembered the words Sacred Master once told him. I hope you can reach the 3rd level before the final limit. That way, the world will be more interesting. Sacred Master was similar to Old Monster Stone. They had lived for more than a single era, and could deduce the approximate time limit of the Great Apocalypse. Within this time limit, Sacred Master felt that Sword Master was the only person who had a chance of succeeding. As for others, in the eyes of Sacred Master, there was no hope at all. So short. Dongbo Shuang became anxious. My Tao of Void has broken through to the Cosmos God realm in all 9 branches. My accumulations are deep, and I believe it isn't hard for me to step into the level 2 Cosmos God realm. But in order to reach the final realm, I have to fuse all 9 branches together. Fusing 2 branches is difficult. 3 branches for branches, every step is a threshold. Dongbo Shuang softly shook his head. Even his teacher, Southern Cloud King, who created the Avatar technique and the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique, was similarly trapped at the level 2 Cosmos God realm. As for the Tao of Mirage, it is much harder than the Tao of Void. Dongbo Shuang sighed. At the very least, there were still books for the Tao of Void. There were some who reached the final realm, in the Tao of Void in the entire realm Heart Great Land. For instance, Emperor Summer. In the Mirage and Illusory realm, the strongest in realm Heart Great Land was merely at the level 2 Cosmos God realm. The group of Cosmos Gods felt confused. Many thoughts flashed across their minds. Old Monster Stone shook his head slightly when he saw that. He was used to it. An era had passed, and these fellows before him were probably no longer around. Senior Stone. Dongbo Shuang said. Does Senior know of the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique? Old Monster Stone nodded. Living until now, I have met several outsiders who relied on the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique to come to our origin world. I have chatted with some of them before. If one cultivates the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique, one could bring others to another origin world. After the next era is born in our hometown, would they return? Is that feasible? Dongbo Shuang asked. Firstly, the Great Destruction Realm teleportation is inherently difficult. Yet you still want to bring others along? Old Monster Stone shook his head and sneered. According to what I know, it is extremely difficult to bring others along with you. Secondly, if you leave, the primal chaos void would give birth to a new era after the Great Apocalypse. By then, you would be an outsider, and you would be suppressed and rejected. Old Monster Stone said. Unless you are like me and Sacred Master, who had to endure through the Great Apocalypse. When the new era is born in the primal chaos void, we would be part of it. Only then would we not be rejected. Rejected? Dongbo Shuang softly nodded. He understood. The moment he was suppressed, he could only unleash his strength at the primal chaos realm. But he had an avatar in the realm Heart Great Land, and he could continue cultivating there. As for his wife and the others, the strongest they could reach was the primal chaos realm. The problem is, I can bring others along with me through the Great Destruction Realm teleportation. Dongbo Shuang thought. Most likely, he had to reach the final realm in the Tao of Void before he could barely bring others along. Senior, Wu Zhu asked, are there any Eden treasures, inner cosmos, portable space, and other techniques that allow one to bring others along and survive through the Great Apocalypse? If it were possible, my disciples from the previous eras wouldn't have died. Old Monster Stone shook his head. The Great Apocalypse of the Primal Chaos Void is the destruction of all living beings by the supreme law. Unless you can hide outside the origin world where the supreme law can't reach. Wuxia softly nodded. He felt slightly sad. He had guessed it, just that he was unwilling. Even if he was fortunate enough to reach the final realm, what about the people he cared about? Unless I can only live alone after reaching the final realm? Wuxia thought about how Old Monster Stone and Sacred Master were all alone. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Cultivate properly. Time is short. In my opinion, Dongbua Shuang, Sword Master, the two of you are cultivating fast enough, and there is a strand of hope for you. The others might not have much hope, but there might be a miracle. Old Monster Stone sighed. Cultivate properly. I hope that one of you can be with me during the Great Apocalypse to observe the realm of Apocalypse and the scene of a new origin world being born. Saying that, Old Monster Stone turned around and left. He stepped on the void and disappeared. He went back to the primitive sun star to sleep. And the cosmos gods present felt complicated. Sword Master and Dongbua Shuang were recognized as having a strand of hope. The others had little hope. Ancient Sacred World. On the black stone bed, Sacred Master sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His heart was calm, yet many thoughts were flashing in his mind. Currently, there are more and more experts appearing in this era. I could not even capture that mysterious expert in my ancient sacred world, and it is hard for me to obtain his cultivation technique. Even during the Great Apocalypse, the accumulation of ancient sacred incarnations is still too little. This era is considered to have lost. I should wait for the next era. In the next era I'll fight again. Sacred Master calmed his heart and cultivated. After experiencing the battle at the ancient sacred world, Sacred Master became more low profile. Just like that, 10 billion years passed silently. And in the realm Heart Great Land, in the southern Cloud Nation, Monarch Feishua was famous. His name shook the Black Devil 4 nations, and nobody dared to provoke him. Dongbua Shuang had always been cultivating. After all, the primal chaos void at his hometown was expanding continuously. It was getting closer to the Great Apocalypse. That huge ship at his hometown was gradually sinking, forcing Dongbua Shuang to not dare to relax. He had to reach the final realm before the Great Apocalypse. Chi, within the newly constructed cultivation room, there was a flask of fruit wine being warmed. The white-robed young man Dongbua Shuang sat there drinking from his wine cup. He was deep in thought. Surrounding him were many worlds that resembled paintings. They would occasionally be born and rotating, and would occasionally be destroyed and dissipated. Amen. What is happening? Suddenly, an unseen ripple swept across the land. It directly permeated into the cultivation room, and swept across Dongbua Shuang. Even though the ripple was mysterious, Dongbua Shuang could still sense it. He could not help but feel his heart palpitating, causing terror to form in him. Chapter 1124. Dongbua Shuang was inwardly startled. He relied on the void to sense that strand of fluctuation that swept across. Such a huge range. The moment he sensed it, Shuang was startled. Even with his perception of the void, he could sense that the ripple was boundless. If Emperor Summer or Ancestor Fan, or some other invincible existences, were to descend in their true bodies, the pressure they exerted might have left him feeling a sense of fear. But now just a strand of boundless fluctuation swept across, and it made him, a cosmos god, feel terrified? Unless Dongbua Shuang had some guesses in his heart. His eyes brightened. He could not care about anything else. The cultivation room door opened. Dongbua Shuang immediately left the Feishua city and headed to the Southern Cloud capital to meet his teacher, Southern Cloud King. Summer Wind Ancient Nation, Emperor Tsong City. A male with messy hair who carried a god sword on his back appeared on the peak of a mountain. He looked towards the east. Has it finally opened since I became a great paragon? I have waited for a long time. Within another residence within Emperor Tsong City, a mutated beast which was lying on many jade-green crystal jades in deep slumber suddenly opened its eyes. Following that, it transformed into a jade-green robed girl. She chuckled as she looked to the distance. The opportunity has finally arrived. Summer Wind Ancient Nation, Primogenita Ancient Nation, Myriad Realms Ancient Nation, Towering Sky Ancient Nation, Moonflower Ancient Nation, and Icy Snow Ancient Nation. Many powerful existences in the 6 great ancient nations sensed it. Even many experts in Tier 2 and Tier 3 nations sensed this fluctuation. Amen. Within a grand ancient city, a white-robed male sat on a throne looking downwards. His fingers were lightly tapping on the armrest. He glanced to the distance and muttered, "Only the outer city is opened? How boring. I still thought that another war of the ancient nations would start. Previously, those 2 old men from the Primogenita Ancient Nation made me suffer a huge loss. I haven't had the chance to repay them." This white-robed male closed his eyes. Below his throne, there seemed to be endless water surging. Amidst the water, there were many tiny cities with many sentient beings living within. Southern Cloud Capital. Monarch. Empyrean. When Dongbua Shuang arrived at the palace guards were extremely respectful towards him. Currently, the Southern Cloud Nation had 4 great monarchs. They were Monarch Feishue, Monarch Chunyu, Monarch Greedy Peng, and Monarch Sky Yin, of which Monarch Feishuang Shan Snow Eagle was publicly acknowledged as the strongest of the 4 great monarchs in the Southern Cloud Nation. In fact, there were even rumors that Emperor Feishue was no weaker than the Emperor of the Maple Nest Kingdom or the Emperor of the Fire Zhao Kingdom. He was not any weaker than the king of a Tier 2 nation. One could imagine his current status, and the status of the Ying Shan clan would rise along with it. Dongbua Shuang soon arrived at his master's place of cultivation, beside the deep pool. On the black grass plains, the black-robed Southern Cloud King sat cross-legged here. "Master," Dongbua Shuang called out. "Have you felt it?" Southern Cloud King chuckled. "Amen." Dongbua Shuang nodded. "Is it that legendary God Palace?" Southern Cloud King nodded. "Right, it is the Realm Heart God Palace." The pupils of Dongbua Shuang dilated. The Realm Heart God Palace was named after the Great Land. From this, one could see how unique it was. It was located deep underground at the center of the ocean that surrounded the entire Realm Heart Great Land, the Black Prison Yin Sea. According to rumors, it was located at the center of the entire Realm Heart Great Land. It was also the origin of all chaos and mysteries in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Ever since the birth of the Realm Heart Great Land, many huge conflicts, including the First and Second War of the Ancient Nations, are all because of it. Southern Cloud King sighed. "It has also made me crazy over it." Amen. Dongbua Shuang felt his blood boiling at this moment. Many secret techniques in the Realm Heart Great Land were perfected. Even though experts were as common as clouds, it was too exaggerated for them to be perfected to such an extent. Like secret treasures, many secret treasures were refined to perfection. They could allow cultivators to fight against those of a higher realm. Even with the guidance of scriptures, final realm cosmos gods could still obtain secret treasures, greatly boosting their strength and reaching the unparalleled realm. How could such secret treasures be refined by a cosmos god? That's right. Secret treasures that even level 3 cosmos gods, final realm, desired were also known as supreme graded secret treasures. It was said that they contained some usage of the supreme law. Only the most transcendental existence in the entire Realm Heart Great Land, Yuan, could refine them. Many refinement techniques and cultivation techniques were perfected to such an extent because Yuan left behind many cultivation techniques. Secret treasures, cultivation techniques, unique materials. Everything was placed in the Realm Heart God Palace by Yuan. The Realm Heart God Palace is separated into an inner city and an outer city. Southern Cloud King sighed. Usually when it opens, it will be the outer city. Like this time only the outer city is opened. But if it were to open the inner city, haha, many unparalleled existences, level 3 cosmos gods, those old fellows who lived in seclusion, and those terrifying experts who reincarnated would appear and kill their way in. That would be truly frightening. When the inner city opens, precious treasures would appear. If some unique secret treasures were brought out, it might even incite a great war between unparalleled existences. Southern Cloud King said. The First and Second War of the Ancient Nations happened precisely because the treasures brought out from the Realm Heart God Palace were too attractive. Dongbo Shuang softly nodded. Previously, when you participated in the competition between the three clans, that Origin Realm God Palace was originally one of the treasures in the Realm Heart God Palace. During the Second War of the Ancient Nations, it was snatched away by the three old ancestors from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Southern Cloud King said. During the Second War of the Ancient Nations, the treasures that were snatched from the Origin Realm God Palace couldn't even be ranked in the top 5. Dongbo Shuang also knew that there were quite a few unparalleled existences that fell in history. In history, the number of times the inner city opened could be counted with 2 hands. Southern Cloud King said. No matter if it is the inner city or the outer city, there are only 39 slots to enter. Southern Cloud King sighed. If the inner city were to open, everyone would fight to be the first to enter. Unparalleled existences would definitely be able to enter. Even level 3 cosmos gods and great paragons might not be confident of entering. Your teacher, I, has only managed to enter the inner city once, and that was by relying on my mini avatars. My speed is fast enough. What about the slots for the outer city? Is there any way to enter? Dongbo Shuang asked. The outer city was sufficient. The inner city would attract more unparalleled existences. Even though the rewards in the outer city could not be compared to the inner city, most of them could reach the final realm. For instance, top-graded secret treasures and other treasures would occasionally appear that would make unparalleled existences jealous. Even though there are relatively fewer treasures when the outer city is opened, unparalleled existences would most likely enter. Southern Cloud King said. The 6 great ancient nations are working together to monopolize all opportunities to enter. Because it is just the outer city, some terrifying old fellows in Realm Heart Great Land would not dare to work together. Hence, nobody could defy the alliance of the 6 great ancient nations. You want to enter? Southern Cloud King softly shook his head. It will be difficult. The other 4 great ancient nations are weaker, and the slots are limited. They would not give any to experts from outside the nation. The Myriad Realms Ancient Nation and Summer Wind Ancient Nation have slightly more slots, but several unparalleled existences would likely enter. Emperor Summer has avatars, and he would practically enter every single time. There are very few slots that he is willing to take out. According to what I know, other than the 3 great clans in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, there are many other clans. Hence, Emperor Summer would usually take out 3 to 4 slots for the cultivators within the nation to compete for it. You are an upper honored guest from the Fan clan, and are qualified to participate. But just 3 to 4 slots. Do you know which experts would be competing for it? They are not great paragons from the 3 great clans. Great paragons from the 3 great clans who did not get a slot could also participate. Other than great paragons, there are many other level 2 cosmos gods. Snow Eagle, in my opinion, it is better for you to cultivate properly. Southern Cloud King chuckled. Currently, the chances of you competing for it are small. Once you reach the level 2 cosmos god realm, and have a top-graded secret treasure, it won't be hard for you to get it. It is still too early for you to cultivate. There is no rush. No rush. He was extremely anxious. If he missed this opportunity, his hometown might be destroyed the next time the Realm Heart God Palace opened. Can contribution points be exchanged? Dongbo Shuang asked. No, this isn't within the scope of exchange. Southern Cloud King shook his head. Chapter 1125. Do you really wish to enter? Southern Cloud King looked at his disciple. I'll do my best. Dongbo Shuang answered. Southern Cloud King softly nodded. He immediately transmitted a detailed report to Dongbo Shuang. This is a detailed report regarding the Realm Heart God Palace. Take a look yourself. Also, if you wish to enter, you have to rush to the Summer Wind capital within 3 days. Many thanks, teacher. Dongbo Shuang soon finished reading through the report after receiving it. Summer Wind capital. It was flourishing and prosperous. Dongbo Shuang had already arrived. Even though he had to reach the summer wind capital within 3 days, in reality, even though the realm heart god palace was gradually opening, the process was extremely slow. It would last for a full 100,000 years. Most likely, that senior Yuan, who walked further ahead on the path of cultivation, did so to give the experts in Realm Heart Great Land sufficient time to decide on the quotas. The 6 great ancient nations are too powerful. 39 quotas have all been occupied by them. Dongbo Shuang thought. According to the report given by his teacher, the Summer Wind Ancient Nation occupied 12 quotas. Usually, the 3 great clans in Summer Wind Ancient Nation would each have 2 quotas. That's 6 spots. Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsong, and Ancestor Fan would usually have 2 of them enter. Occasionally, all 3 would enter. Hence, the remaining 3 or 4 quotas would be taken out for a fair competition. Those who were qualified to participate in the competition had to rely on the 3 great clans. Those big and small clans in Summer Wind Ancient Nation relied on the 3 great clans too. For instance, honored guests like Dongbo Shuang relied on the Fan clan. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to participate in the competition. To participate in the competition, one had to head to the Summer Wind Capital Royal Palace within 3 days and take the initiative to do so. Those who exceeded 3 days would no longer be qualified to participate. South Dongbo Shuang arrived at the main entrance of the royal palace. Naturally, a guard came to welcome him. Monarch Feishue, why are you here? Regarding the matter regarding the Realm Heart God Palace. Dongbo Shuang answered. Monarch wants to participate too? Yes. Monarch, please follow me. The guard was already familiar with this, because they had been informed that this snow eagle was not the first to participate in the competition, flying within the royal palace. After a while, arriving at a dark hall, a yellow-robed old man sat cross-legged in the depths of the hall. In front of the yellow-robed old man was a long table with scrolls placed on it. Elder Xia, Dongbo Shuang came forward. He was relatively familiar with this Elder Summer. Previously, when he accepted the chaotic origin Dao scroll inheritance, it was Elder Summer who received him. Elder Summer was the array spirit of the royal palace. The energy he could mobilize within the royal palace was sufficient to fight against unparalleled existences. There were many things that Emperor Xia put Elder Xia in charge of. As the spirit of the formation, he was powerful and loyal, willing to bear the burden without complaint. However, at his level he had emotions too. Hence, even the disciples of the Xia clan did not dare to offend this Elder Xia. It's Monarch Feishue. Monarch Feishue also wishes to enter the Realm Heart God Palace? The yellow-robed old man opened his eyes and smiled at Dongbo Shuang. Yes. Dongbo Shuang nodded. Imperial Lord, you can choose a scroll at will, said the yellow-robed elder. There are all sorts of missions on the scroll, and the mission time limit is 90,000 years. After 90,000 years, those ranked in the top 4 in terms of contribution points will get a slot. Dongbo Shuang felt delighted when he heard that. For slots, it seemed that this time, only 2 out of Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsong, and Ancestor Fan would be entering. For slots were given out for them to compete for. Many thanks. Dongbo Shuang came forward to receive the scroll. He immediately bowed and left. Taking the scroll represented that he was participating in the competition. Monarch Feishue is participating too. Southern Cloud Nation's Monarch Feishue. Within the royal palace, there were many protectors and female attendants. They witnessed everything and were stealthily transmitting the information out. Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Within a courtyard, there was a surging blazing red lake. There was currently an enormous being seated within the lake. As he sat there, his chest was above the lake. His arms were half the size of the lake. His enormous single-horned head was emitting a terrifying blazing aura. Paragon Master. A graceful red-robed girl respectfully bowed. She was also a cosmos god. The royal palace has sent news that the head of the 4 great monarchs in the Southern Cloud Nation, Monarch Feishue, has also participated in the contest for the slots. This is already the 12th participant. Yingshan Snow Eagle that brat? That enormous single-horned head shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with disdain. He isn't a cause for worry. Even if he broke through to the level 2 Cosmos God realm, he doesn't have any top-graded secret treasures, and his threat is extremely low. The ones who pose the greatest threat to me are those few Paragon Masters in our Summer Wind ancient nation, or the experts within the 3 great clans. Continue paying attention to them. Yes, Paragon Master. The graceful red-robed girl respectfully acknowledged before retreating. This single-horned expert closed his eyes. His cultivation had reached the final bottleneck of fusing all 10 branches of the Tao of Fire together. Of the 10 branches, he had fused 9. He was just 1 branch away from stepping into the final realm of Cosmos God. I've already reached the bottleneck. This final bottleneck is the hardest to break through. I have to rely on external forces. This time, I have to get a slot in the Realm Heart God Palace. There are many opportunities within the Realm Heart God Palace, and as long as I'm lucky, I might be able to obtain one, greatly increasing my chances of breaking through. The single-horned expert thought. If he were a member of the 3 great clans, the 3 great clans would definitely allocate a slot to him when he reached such a crucial period in his cultivation. But because of the arrogance deep in his bones, he was merely an honored guest elder of the Tsang clan. He was none other than one of the Paragon Masters, Great Paragon, within the Summer Wind ancient nation that was independent from the 3 great clans. Fire Devil Paragon Master. The news of Monarch Feishue, Yingshan Snow Eagle, participating in the contest for the slots to enter the Realm Heart God Palace, soon reached the ears of those who were interested. Amongst them, there were Cosmos gods from the 3 great clans who did not get a slot, and there were also experts like Fire Devil Paragon Master, who did not belong to the 3 great clans. The threat is extremely low. Just an upper-honored guest. Various parties did not care about this news. Dongbua Shui Ying's strength was considered ordinary amongst the many experts participating in the contest. Furthermore, he came from outside the nation and did not have a strong background. How could the background of Southern Cloud King compare to the background of the 3 great clans? There were a bunch of Paragon Masters, Great Paragons, within the 3 great clans. On another side of the Realm Heart Great Land, at a region far away from the Summer Wind ancient nation, it was slightly closer to the Myriad Realms ancient nation. It was a Tier 2 nation that was truly chaotic and terrifying, the Western Floating Nation. Western Floating Nation, within a private room of a restaurant. A white-robed young man was currently drinking wine and eating the famous delicacies of this restaurant. Delicious, delicious. Mn. The taste here is indeed different from that of the Southern Cloud and Summer Wind ancient nation. He was immersing himself in eating. He was enjoying himself. Delicacies were considered a rare hobby of his. Snow Eagle. A transmission came. Teacher. Dongbua Shui Ying immediately replied. 3 days are up. This time, there are a total of 21 Cosmos gods from the Summer Wind ancient nation participating in the contest, of which there are 3 Paragon Masters, 9 Venom Religion Master, Fire Devil Paragon Master, and Great Paragon Fui from the Summer Clan. At the same time when Southern Cloud King transmitted the message, he also transmitted the detailed information of the other 20 participants other than Dongbua Shui Ying. Dongbua Shui Ying's expression changed slightly. It was fine for 9 Venom Religion Master and Fire Devil Paragon Master. Even though they were Paragon Masters who owned top-graded secret treasures, in terms of influence and deterrence, they were still lacking by an entire level compared to Great Paragon Fui from the Summer Clan. The fame of Great Paragon Fui was not any weaker than that of his teacher, Southern Cloud King. Chapter 1126. At the level of supremacy, although there was little difference in strength, there was still a difference in strength. Invincible existences couldn't kill those who were a level higher. For instance, Southern Cloud King, Great Paragon Fui, Skyrending Great Paragon, and the Great Religion Master from the Black Devil Great Lake, Yama Religion Master, were one of them. Only then were they qualified to be absolute overlords in the Realm Heart Great Land. The invincible existences did not dare to underestimate them. They dared to proclaim themselves hegemons over an area. And even some devils from the Black Devil Great Lake dared to enter the Summer Wind ancient nation to wreak havoc. Why? It was because he had the Yama cult master as his backer. When they reached this level, there was no need to worry. They could shed all pretense of cordiality with invincible existences. Being one of the top 10 great religions, the Southern Cloud sacred religion earned a huge sum of cosmos crystals, causing unparalleled existences to become envious. They even acted against the Southern Cloud King. Southern Cloud King had proven through direct combat that he could stand tall and not fall. Even though there wasn't much of a difference in strength, they still wouldn't be able to survive in front of an invincible existence. This was the predicament that most supremacies faced. There was no other way. A peak-level secret treasure would only improve one aspect. For instance, a domain-related secret treasure could only raise one's domain strength to the level 3 Cosmos God realm. A level 2 Cosmos God who merely had a powerful domain would still die when facing an unparalleled existence. In terms of the number of supremacies, the Fan clan had 6, the Summer clan had 9, and the Tsang clan had 7. But those who dared say unparalleled existences could not be killed could be counted with one's fingers in the entire Summer Wind ancient nation. Across the entire Realm Heart Great Land, such absolute overlords were rare. Great Paragon Fui is one of the top 9 great paragons of the Xia clan. Dongbua Shuiying was speechless. It wouldn't be difficult for him to ask for a slot, but he is here to compete? With his status, even if it's for the sake of face, the Xia clan will definitely help him fight for a spot. Snow Eagle, have you chosen your mission? Southern Cloud King asked. I'm done. Dongbua Shuiying waved his hand, and a scroll appeared on the table. The scroll rolled open, and there were many missions written on it. Each mission corresponded to a great contribution. There were hundreds of missions. Among them, there were 50 assassination missions. There were 12 targets that were at the supremacy level. The reward for successfully killing it ranged from 30,000 to 80,000 great merit points. The other 38 missions involved killing level 2 Cosmos gods, and the contribution points awarded ranged from 3,000 to 30,000. Next was the unique treasure mission. All sorts of treasures could be exchanged for mission credits. For example, the highest ranked Broken Teeth Serpent Pearl could be exchanged for 200,000 merit points. Broken Teeth Snake Pearl? I'm afraid all the 6 great ancient countries would want it. Just one Broken Teeth Serpent bead, and all the 6 great ancient countries would be willing to pay a huge price, and even give up a slot. Dongbua Shuiying sighed inwardly. The Broken Teeth Serpent Pearl originated from the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. The number 1 treasure ground in Realm Heart Great Land was none other than the Realm Heart God Palace. And the most dangerous place in Realm Heart Great Land was none other than the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. If one looked from the sky, they would see that the highest peak of the Broken Teeth Mountain Range was actually a broken tooth. These teeth were incomparably majestic, and this was also the reason why the entire mountain range was named Broken Teeth Mountain Range. The Broken Teeth Mountain Range occupied a vast area. It could be said to be boundless, and was equivalent to 3 Summer Wind ancient nations. The entire Broken Teeth Mountain Range was filled with dangers. According to rumors, 2 unparalleled existences had fallen within the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. But many final realm cosmos gods and unparalleled existences still entered to investigate. According to rumors, the most famous item in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range was the Broken Teeth Serpent Pearl. Anyone who obtained a Broken Teeth Serpent Pearl would immediately become an esteemed guest of any of the 6 great ancient nations, and could easily exchange for all sorts of benefits. Hence, many cultivators risked their lives to enter the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. There were also those who were chased after and escaped into the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. The majority died within. Only a few survived, and some were fortunate enough to obtain precious treasures. The target I have chosen is a devil from the Western Floating Nation. Dongbua Shuiying transmitted. Western Floating Nation? MN, be careful. Rest assured, teacher. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the scroll that he unfolded. Of the 50 targets on the scroll, 5 were from the Western Floating Nation. Even though the Western Floating Nation was a nation in reality, it was a place where devils gathered. Even though the environment was not as bad as the Black Devil Great Lake, the number of devils here was not any lesser than the Black Devil Great Lake. The strongest and highest status here was the Western Floating Nation King, but he usually called himself Western Floating Old Ancestor. Western Floating Old Ancestor was also an absolute overlord of a region. He often fought head-on with the Myriad Realm's ancient nation. He was incredibly arrogant, and he would occasionally send his subordinates to wreak havoc in the other 5 great ancient nations. Western Floating Old Ancestor was someone the 6 great ancient nations wanted to kill. But it's a pity that they could not kill him. As the Myriad Realm's ancient nation was close to the Western Floating Nation, they had sent many experts to kill the other party, causing many deaths in the Western Floating Nation. It's a pity that Western Floating Old Ancestor did not care. He was similar to the Snowhook King. The Snowhook King did not give the Summer Wind Ancient Nation any face. But the Snowhook King himself was not a devil. It was just that his personality was too arrogant. As for the Western Floating Nation, there were many devils. For the mission this time, the Summer Wind Ancient Nation had designated 5 higher-ups on their side. Naturally, it was impossible for them to place a bounty on Western Floating Old Ancestor, since he was someone unparalleled existences could not kill. One was the second-ranked expert from the Western Floating Nation, and he was also a Paragon Master, Broken Sky Paragon Master. The other 4 were the 4 vicious of Western Floating. How would I dare to target Broken Sky Paragon Master? The 4 vicious of Western Floating are comparable to me in strength. Now that the Realm Heart God Palace has opened, the devils in the Western Floating Nation should have guessed that they would be placed on a bounty. Hence, they would definitely be cautious. This is also their territory. If they were to encounter any danger, they would most likely be saved by Western Floating Old Ancestor or Broken Sky Paragon Master. It is extremely difficult to kill them. Dongbua Shuang understood this point. With my strength, it is only Devil Monarch Wind Moon that I can counter and eliminate instantly. The moment I kill him, I will immediately escape. Dongbua Shuang had the pinnacle of voidification. Hence, he was confident of escaping. Devil Monarch Wind Moon. Dongbua Shuang looked at the name on the scroll and the bounty of 11,000 contribution points. His eyes were filled with anticipation. According to his experience, he was confident of getting a slot after accumulating 10,000 contribution points, because those who had a bounty on them were extraordinary, and it was extremely difficult to kill them. Go! Dongbua Shuang kept the scroll. He immediately stood up. He had already changed his appearance. The pinnacle of voidification could conceal his aura completely. He could easily disguise himself as an ordinary Unity Realm expert. A white-robed young man at the Unity Realm was not worth mentioning in the Western Floating Nation. Even if he was not considered a great expert, he would not be bullied or humiliated. Devil Monarch Wind Moon. Dongbua Shuang was searching for him. With the help of Western Floating Old Ancestor, it was temporarily impossible to trace him. The intelligence network of the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion did not discover him either. It seemed that after the Realm Heart God Palace opened, Devil Monarch Wind Moon became low profile. Night. Where could he be? Unleashing the pinnacle of voidification, Dongbua Shuang roamed around the residence of Devil Monarch Wind Moon. He felt incredibly puzzled. Devil Monarch Wind Moon loves women the most. Every woman that fell into his hands would be tortured to death. Detailed information regarding Devil Monarch Wind Moon flashed in the mind of Dongbua Shuang. He wanted to deduce where Devil Monarch Wind Moon might be hiding. Chapter 1127. Dongbua Shuang was like a hunter. He scoured through Devil Monarch Wind Moon's cavern dwelling, courtyard, and even the places that he frequented according to the intelligence report. Nothing. It seems that this is the worst situation. Dongbua Shuang appeared alone in a small desolate city within a tavern. He was currently enjoying the delicacies and wine. He is still a level 2 Cosmos God expert. Yet he is so frightened the moment the realm heart god palace opens? He doesn't even dare to stay in his cavern dwelling and courtyard. The Western Floating Nation was a famous gathering place for devils across the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Other than the two Paragon Masters, Western Floating Old Ancestor and Broken Sky Paragon Master, closely following behind were the four Vicious of Western Floating. They were also level 2 Cosmos gods. Even though they did not have any top-graded secret treasures, they were not easy to deal with since they could cultivate to this stage. Even a High Lord was only one level stronger than them. It would be very difficult for them to kill them. Dongbua Shueing was naturally far weaker than Paragon Masters. Yet he was confident of dealing against Devil Monarch Wind Moon. That was because by relying on the Devil Emperor Gown, his soul technique could threaten level 2 Cosmos gods. Of the four Vicious of Western Floating, Devil Monarch Wind Moon has a flaw in his heart realm. He is the only one that I am confident of dealing with using my soul technique. Dongbua Shueing thought. The other three, their hearts were not flawed. In terms of soul and willpower, they were not much different from Paragon Masters. They merely lacked a top-graded secret treasure. I have no other way. I can only search through every single location. Dongbua Shueing drank as he executed the Destructive Realm Teleportation Technique. Using the Destructive Realm Teleportation Technique was the dumbest and most direct method. That time, Dongbua Shueing spent 1 trillion years searching for golden armored graded layers in the Lost World Corridor. Yet he could not finish searching, because the Destructive Realm Teleportation Technique could only sweep through every single location, and its speed was slow. And this time, the time limit for this mission was just 90,000 years. It's a pity that I'm not good at tracing. If I were good at tracing, I would be able to break through all concealment techniques and find my location. That would be amazing. Dongbua Shueing sighed inwardly. For instance, Old Monster Stone was very good at tracing. Within an origin world, there was nothing he did not investigate. The vast Realm Heart Great Land was much more formidable than Dongbua Shueing when it came to finding traces. Behind him was only his teacher, the Southern Cloud King. Furthermore, he did not wish to trouble his teacher for this matter. Let's take our time. Furthermore, I believe that other than me, there should be experts from other ancient countries eyeing this place. Dongbua Shueing was very patient. Time went by. Dongbua Shueing broke the world and spied on many places. 3,000 years went by. Night. This demon? In a small courtyard, the white-robed young man, Dongbua Shueing, who was drinking alone, suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes. He had discovered a mansion, in the Eternal Sky Mansion that was extremely far away from here. In the underground prison of the mansion, a large number of prisoners were locked up. These prisoners were tortured in batches, and some of them had gone crazy. Yes, a luxurious golden-robed male walked in the underground prison. After those prisoners saw him, the eyes of some of the madmen turned red. They became crazy. Some of the prisoners who were seated calmly gritted their teeth and stared at him. There were even some who were cursing. Magnificent Eternal Night Primogenitor. I am willing to use my life to curse him. Curse this Eternal Sky Devil. Curse him to die. Curse him to die. Eternal Sky Devil. Resentment filled the sky. Many prisoners were staring at him with hatred. The luxurious golden-robed male revealed a grin. He said to his subordinates behind him, "Very good, continue torturing them. It would be better if the resentment is stronger." Yes, yes. The protectors behind him respectfully acknowledged. The luxurious golden-robed male extended his hand. His right arm expanded and directly extended into a prison. The prisoners locked up in the prison all suffered from a terrifying devouring force. The prisoners trembled before turning into powder. A dense soul energy filled with resentment flew into the right palm of the luxurious golden-robed male. His palm contained a bottomless abyss that devoured everything. He walked within the prison and directly devoured the prisoners in some of the prisons that were filled with resentment. Master. A blurry shadow rapidly approached from afar. When it neared, it transformed into a silver-haired old man. The luxurious golden-robed male continued devouring, while revealing a look of anticipation. He asked, "How is it?" "Master, The trillions of citizens in that small city have all been captured alive. The silver-haired old man extended his hand. A golden bracelet could be seen in his palm. They are all locked up in this Eden treasure. Good, very good. You have done very well. The luxurious golden-robed male revealed a look of joy when he saw this. Next, torture them for me. Torture them viciously. The stronger the resentment, the better. Yes. The silver-haired old man's eyes were filled with anticipation and killing intent. The luxurious golden-robed male smiled as he extended his hand into another prison. There were some prisoners in that prison as well. Devil. A young girl's eyes turned red. Her entire sect had been captured and all of them were tortured. Now they were devoured by this devil. Has it finally come to my turn? The young girl murmured. I hate it. Eternal Night Primogenitor, Extreme Night Primogenitor, World Annihilation God Emperor, Xia Emperor. All the mighty and supreme existences, I beg of you. I am willing to offer my life and my soul as long as he dies. Just as his hand reached into the prison, suddenly, just as the guards and the silver-haired old man were watching excitedly, the man in the luxurious golden robe suddenly fell to the ground without any warning. Following that, the silver-haired old man and some of the guards also fell to the ground, no longer making a sound. Boom! All the prisoners in the underground prison, including the golden bracelet, were instantly forcibly teleported away. In a wilderness extremely far away from here, many prisoners and the countless citizens of the golden bracelet appeared. The prisoners' seals were all lifted. The prisoners, who had been filled with resentment and hatred, now looked around in astonishment. They were surrounded by a vast expanse of the night sky. We're out. The prisoners and the countless citizens who had been released from the bracelet were all stunned. Following that, many of them knelt down. Many thanks to Senior for saving our lives. Many thanks to Senior for saving our lives. Many voices reverberated across the world. They understood that it was a great expert with unfathomable techniques who saved them. They were all filled with gratitude, because there were too many dark matters in the world, and few experts dared to fight against the devils in the Western floating nation. There were even fewer who were willing to save the weak like them. After all, in the eyes of an absolute majority of experts, the weak were like ants. It was rare for them not to bully the weak. And it was even rarer for them to be saved for no reason. After all, the realm Heart Great Land was vast and boundless. There were too many such matters. Dongbua Shueying, who was currently drinking wine in the courtyard, had a strand of killing intent in his eyes. The karmic lines of this devil are filled with so much resentment that it is unfathomable. He deserves death. He broke through the realm and spied on the Western floating nation. The Western floating nation was originally a place where devils gathered. There were too many devils, and if he killed all of them, he Dongbua Shueying might as well start a war with the entire Western floating nation. Even the myriad realms ancient nation could not eliminate Western floating old ancestor. He Dongbua Shueying was temporarily not that strong. He was too lazy to care about the majority of devils, since there were simply too many of them. Only those who were extremely wicked like the devil called Yong that he encountered just now was something he could not tolerate. Ordinary devils were just slightly more vicious in their methods. And Yong would pay the price of trillions of lives every time he cultivated. This kind of devil was many times more dangerous than ordinary devils. He deserves death. Dongbua Shueying then threw it to the back of his mind. He continued spying on other places in the Western floating nation. Yonggui residence. The primal chaos devil Yonggui city master died. All the prisoners in the underground prison disappeared. This immediately alerted the higher-ups of the Western floating nation. Shwa. Many experts rushed over one after another. They were all from the same faction as Yonggui city master. There were many factions within the Western floating nation. He's dead. 3 figures stood in the underground prison. They looked at Yonggui city master, who had collapsed on the ground. There were also the silver-haired old man, and some other protectors who died around him. They were all killed by Dongbua Shueying, when he discovered that the karmic lines were filled with grievances. He simply erased them. Junior disciple brother Yong still has the treasures on him. He isn't injured either. His soul has been destroyed. It's his soul. The souls of the others have been destroyed. Soul Dao. The three primal chaos experts present looked at each other. Their expressions changed. Experts who specialized in the Soul Dao were terrifying. Since he could kill Yonggui City Master stealthily, he might be able to kill them instantly too. Who is so daring to act against junior disciple brother Yonggui? Report to teacher. We can't let things end like this. Find the murderer and kill him. They were all discussing through voice transmissions. The devils in the Western Floating Nation were tyrannical. With a single order from the Western Floating King, they dared to create chaos in the 6 great ancient nations. One could see how unscrupulous they were. South, a male and female figure floated over. The leading green-robed male had a cold expression. Eldest senior brother. The 3 people present bowed respectfully. Their eldest senior brother was much stronger. He was the only great expert in the sect who had a 10th level strength. Have you all investigated? How is it? The green-robed male indifferently asked. Reporting to eldest senior brother, the murderer is an expert who specializes in the Soul Dao. One of them answered. He killed junior disciple brother Yonggui and the surrounding subordinates stealthily. And all the prisoners have been teleported away. An instant, the green-robed male asked. Yes. A portion of the protectors survived. They said that it happened in an instant. Eldest senior brother, since he dared to kill our junior disciple brothers, we can't let this matter rest. We must find the murderer and kill him. The others said. They knew the murderer was powerful, but they still had their teacher. And above their teacher, there was a higher level. In the Western Floating Nation, it was always them who bullied others. Since when did others bully them? Humph. The green-robed male snorted. His cold gaze swept across. Fools. Everyone present was startled. Even the girl beside him felt puzzled. Eldest senior brother? The green-robed male nonchalantly said. I'll tell you the truth. Just a few thousand years ago, the Realm Heart God Palace began opening. Realm Heart God Palace? Realm Heart God Palace? All of them were horrified. Since they could reach the primal chaos realm, they understood the legends of the entire Realm Heart Great Land. The Realm Heart God Palace was a legendary place. Cosmos gods tried their best to enter, yet only a pitiful few could enter. Even Western Floating Old Ancestor, Broken Sky Paragon Master, and others could not enter, much less them. As the Realm Heart God Palace gradually opened, the 6 great ancient nations would contest for the quotas. During this period, they would take out some of the great devils across the entire Realm Heart Great Land and place a bounty on them. The green-robed male said. Our Western Floating Nation would also have several apex experts listed on the bounty list. They would hunt us down to obtain merits and eventually decide on the quotas. Hence, since a few thousand years ago, there have been experts from the 6 great ancient nations coming to our Western Floating Nation. All of them are hunters and are searching for prey. The green-robed male's voice was cold. But eldest senior brother, those terrifying cosmos gods would place a bounty on their prey, right? Why would they act against us minor characters? The other 4 primal chaos existences felt their hearts trembling. They knew that every time the Realm Heart God Palace opened, it would create a huge storm. Because during ordinary times, those terrifying cosmos gods would not easily come and hunt for their prey, because the difficulty was too high. Only during the contest for the quotas would they come when there was sufficient temptation. Usually, those like the 4 vicious of Western Floating would be frightened to the point of hiding. Yes, their prey are the apex higher-ups in our Western Floating Nation. The green-robed male sneered. But to these terrifying cosmos gods, killing us is as easy as stepping on an ant. Just a while ago, junior disciple brother Qing Yong was stepped to death by a terrifying existence. Hence, from today onwards, we have to be more low-profile and be obedient. Furthermore, I suspect that even if that terrifying cosmos god were observing us in the dark, we would not discover it. The 4 present felt their hearts trembling. They could not help but look around them. Chapter 1128. Dongbui Shuang did not care about these primal chaos existences. Even without secret treasures, he could easily kill a 10th level expert. Furthermore, with the Devil Emperor gown, 5 phase beads, and Scarlet Cloud God spear, his combat strength was much stronger than when he was in his hometown origin world. This was also the reason why he dared to come to the Western Floating Nation to hunt for devils. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it had been 50,000 years since he arrived in the Western Floating Nation. The bounty missions were very difficult. Devil Monarch Wind Moon was his most confident target. It's a pity that the other party was quite careful in hiding. I don't specialize in tracking, but the experts from other ancient nations are good at it too. It has been 50,000 years, so why haven't they acted? Unless none of them set the Western Floating Nation as their target? I don't believe it. Dongbui Shuang thought. Among the bounty missions, the Western Floating Nation was considered a soft persimmon, like the Black Devil Great Lake. Even though the experts there were comparable to the Western Floating Nation, the environment of the Black Devil Great Lake was vile. Few experts were willing to go there. And the devils were in the Moonflower Ancient Nation. That's right. The Moonflower Ancient Nation and Towering Sky Ancient Nation were the bottom 2 of the 6 great ancient nations. There were devils hiding within. The difficulty of chasing after the devils in the ancient nations was much higher. After all, some of the devils were vaguely protected by unparalleled existences. It was just that they did not publicize it for the sake of their reputation. The Western Floating Nation is definitely relatively easy to deal with. Dongbui Shuang waited. Hong! A terrifying ripple erupted in the distance. Dongbui Shuang used the essence of the void to sense it. He immediately turned towards the northwest direction. He could sense the ripple erupting there. Over there. He immediately used the destructive realm teleportation technique to spy on it. Watching from afar, under the night sky, that was an ordinary and low-profile cavern dwelling located outside the city. It was common for experts to build cavern dwellings outside the city to live in seclusion. Deep within this cavern dwelling, 2 figures were currently engaged in a terrifying battle. Devil Monarch Wind Moon, die for me. It was a muscular man with icy white skin, and he was holding a huge hammer in his hand. The huge hammer caused the void to tremble. It was a secret treasure that was even more terrifying than the heavenly cloud hammer that Dongbui Shuang had seen before. The burly man exuded a cold aura. With a wave of his hand, monstrous power poured into the sledgehammer in his hand, and he smashed it down with great momentum. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Opposite him was a devilish purple-haired man, with a total of 13 blades on his back, fanning out. The sabers flew out one by one. Swish swish swish, layers and layers of saber lights continuously surrounded the burly man. Boom. A hammer smashed down. Countless saber lights were sent flying. Boom. 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 The might of the sledgehammer came crashing down, and in the blink of an eye, it shrouded Devil Monarch Fengyu. The expression of the devilish purple-haired man, Devil Monarch Fengyu, changed, and he immediately retreated. Whoosh. His speed of escape was extremely fast, and the saber lights quickly returned to the sheath on his back. Devil Monarch Fengyu. Dongbui Shuang suppressed the joy in his heart. He had worn out his iron shoes to search for him, yet now he appeared. Old brother Ancient Frost, I really have to thank you. Dongbui Shuang was delighted inwardly. Great Monarch Ancient Frost. He was a level 2 cosmos god from the icy snow ancient nation. Just like in the summer wind ancient nation, there were core disciples from the Summer Clan, Song Clan and Fan Clan. As long as one was a level 2 cosmos god with sufficient accumulation, Emperor Summer, Ancestor Fan, and Emperor Song would think of ways to bestow a top-graded secret treasure to them. Even if they could not find one, they could still help to refine it. That was why there were so many Paragon Masters in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. But the Icy Snow Ancient Nation was miserable. Even though the Icy Snow Ancient Nation had 3 unparalleled existences, they were all body cultivators. As a result, the top-graded cultivation techniques in their ancient nation were all first-rate body cultivators. If one wanted other cultivation techniques, they would have to pay a huge price to exchange with other ancient nations. Relying on exchanging? How much could they exchange for? As for refining, the three old ancestors from the icy snow ancient nation did not know how to refine weapons, much less refining top-graded secret treasures. Hence, they wanted top-graded secret treasures? They could only fight and snatch them. But which of those who had top-graded secret treasures were easy to snatch? Most of them had their own backers. Hence, the icy snow ancient nation was pitiful. They had quite a few level 2 cosmos gods in their ancient nation. Yet the number of paragon masters was pitiful. Just 7. Great monarch Ancient Frost. In terms of accumulation of strength, he was absolutely powerful. He was unquestionably at the peak of level 2 standard. If he were in the core region of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, he would have been bestowed a top-graded secret treasure. Nevertheless, being a member of the Icy Snow Ancient Nation, he did not have any top-graded secret treasures. Hence, a group of terrifying body cultivators from the Icy Snow Ancient Nation wanted to enter the Realm Heart God Palace. A group of monsters, Dongbua Shueing muttered inwardly. The three old ancestors from the Icy Snow Ancient Nation had reached the final realm in body cultivation. They verified with one another and nurtured many body cultivators in the Icy Snow Ancient Nation. Currently, Dongbua Shueing could teleport much further. With a step, he left that small courtyard of his. Following that, he arrived in the wilderness and saw the escaping Devil Monarch Wind Moon. Devil Monarch Wind Moon and Great Monarch Ancient Frost. One was escaping, and the other was chasing. Both parties froze the surrounding void, preventing the other party from escaping. Great Monarch Ancient Frost, your speed is too slow. You won't be able to catch up to me. Dongbua Shueing could clearly see that Great Monarch Wind Moon was much faster than Great Monarch Ancient Frost. Most likely, in the time taken to brew a cup of tea, Great Monarch Ancient Frost would no longer be able to restrict Great Monarch Wind Moon. South Dongbua Shueing wielded the Scarlet Cloud God Spear with one hand and maintained the pinnacle of voidification. Both parties could not discover him at all. At this moment, he was watching from afar. He was not in a rush to get closer. Even though the frozen void prevented him from teleporting, he could still rely on the Scarlet Cloud God Spear to execute the Scarlet Cloud domain. This was much stronger than what he could do in the origin world, reaching a higher level. If he could bring the Scarlet Cloud God Spear back to his hometown, even if Sacred Master used the ancient sacred world to suppress him, he could still distort the void and escape. Devil Monarch Wind Moon, you are considered a level 2 cosmos god. What a pity. Dongbua Shueing grinned. He immediately relied on the Devil Emperor Gown to execute a secret technique. Wang. The invisible illusory world instantly shrouded over. This illusory world was so vast that it easily enveloped the escaping Devil Monarch Fengyu. This was also why Dongbua Shueing was so frightening. The Tao of Soul was different from other Tao paths. For instance, those who were stronger would at most suffer some injuries. Given the survival capabilities of powerful cultivators, it was hard for them to heavily injure or even kill the other party. But the Tao of Soul, if the other party could not withstand against it, he would be finished. By relying on the Devil Emperor Gown, Dongbua Shueing's soul technique could reach the level 2 cosmos god power. Even Southern Cloud King and the others had to divert part of their heart force to resist against it. And Devil Monarch Wind Moon, who had a flaw in his soul, was someone Dongbua Shueing of the Western Floating Four Fierce believed he could capture easily. Only an expert of the Tao of Soul like him could do so easily. Amen. Dongbua Shueing, who originally had a grin on his face, suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he stared at the distant Devil Monarch Wind Moon. Devil Monarch Wind Moon suddenly stopped. He turned around. Hong! 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 In all directions, 8 pillars suddenly shot up into the sky. Inscriptions lit up on each pillar. A vast array enveloped the region of this array. Under the frightening fluctuations of the array, the figure of Dongbua Shueing, who had reached the pinnacle of voidification, was forced to reveal himself. And Great Monarch Ancient Frost, who was originally chasing after Devil Monarch Wind Moon, stopped. He looked at the distant devil monarch Wind Moon with shock. There was even a gray-robed old man, who was forced to reveal himself within the enormous array. Devil monarch Wind Moon had already transformed. His appearance changed. He turned into a stream of water, and the stream of water condensed into a short and plump old man. The short and plump old man looked at the distant great monarch Ancient Frost, the gray-robed old man, and another white-robed young man who revealed himself. Great monarch Ancient Frost from the icy snow ancient nation, Eagle City Master from the myriad realms ancient nation, and monarch Feishua from the southern cloud nation. It's a pity that I've only caught 3 fishes. The short and plump old man's voice reverberated across the void spanning across 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers. If not for monarch Feishua's soul technique, I might be able to catch some fishes. The expressions of Dongbua Shueying, great monarch Ancient Frost, and the gray-robed old man changed. The short and plump old man. He was none other than Western Floating Old Ancestor, a famous absolute overlord in the realm Heart Great Land. Dongbua Shueying discovered that his mirage technique was useless, and he knew that something was amiss. It was impossible for Devil Monarch Wind Moon to resist against his soul technique so easily. He disguised himself as Devil Monarch Wind Moon, but he clearly displayed the Wind Moon blade previously. Unless Western Floating Old Ancestor has cultivated the Tao of Wind to the Cosmos God realm? Dongbua Shueying immediately thought of it. Go! The distant great monarch Ancient Frost did not hesitate to escape. The gray-robed old man Eagle City Master also flashed. His speed was incredibly fast. Escape! Dongbua Shueying wielded the Scarlet Cloud God Spear. He immediately unleashed the Scarlet Cloud Domain. Shwa shwa shwa. He forcefully twisted his body. Every time he teleported, he would cover a distance of more than 50 million kilometers. He was much faster than Great Monarch Ancient Frost and Eagle City Master. This Yingshan Snow Eagle is escaping so fast. Great Monarch Ancient Frost felt both envious and helpless after seeing that. He could only fly slowly. Southern Cloud Nation's Yingshan Snow Eagle? Eagle City Master glanced at the white-robed young man who was escaping. Escaping? A cold light flashed in the eyes of Western Floating Old Ancestor when he saw that. All of you want to hunt down the experts of my Western Floating Nation. Since you came to my place to kill, you should be prepared to be killed. All of you should die for me. Hong, the entire enormous array began surging like a tidal wave. To the distance, another figure appeared. That was a giant who held an enormous mountain peak with a single hand. He was the other Paragon Master from the Western Floating Nation, Broken Sky Paragon Master. Broken Sky Paragon Master was also filled with killing intent. Chapter 1129. It's a trap. Dongbua Shueying wielded the Scarlet Cloud God Spear. He controlled the void to distort and teleport time after time. He felt slightly startled in his heart. He has constructed a huge array. And Broken Sky Paragon Master is helping him? Escaping? The distant Western Floating Old Ancestor noticed the fastest escaping Yingshan Snow Eagle with a glance. Yingshan Snow Eagle? I'll kill you, this little fish, first. Western Floating Old Ancestor was clear in his heart. Great Monarch Ancient Frost from the icy snow ancient nation had an unparalleled existence behind his back. Similarly, Eagle City Master from the myriad realms ancient nation had an unparalleled existence behind his back. During crucial moments, unparalleled existences would intervene and protect their subordinates. Hence, it was hard to kill an expert from an ancient nation, unless it was sudden and fast enough, or in some unique places where unparalleled existences could not reach, like the realm Heart God Palace, or some regions deep within the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Second brother, let's eliminate this monarch Feishua from the Southern Cloud Nation first. At the same time Western Floating Old Ancestor transmitted, his figure disappeared. When he appeared, he was already by the side of Broken Sky Paragon Master. Amen. Monarch Feishua has just become a cosmos god. It's easier to kill him. Furthermore, he only has Southern Cloud King behind his back. Broken Sky Paragon Master nodded. Western Floating King brought Broken Sky Paragon Master with him. Shwa. They disappeared at the same time. When they appeared again, they were right in front of Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying was anxiously escaping. Under the law suppression of the realm Heart Great Land, he relied on the Scarlet Cloud God's spear to execute the Scarlet Cloud domain. Even though he could teleport more than 50 million kilometers in one go, this enormous array was 50 billion kilometers away. It would take quite some time for him to escape. Not good. Suddenly his pupils dilated. He saw Western Floating Old Ancestor and Broken Sky Paragon Master appearing in front of him. In terms of strength, Broken Sky Paragon Master was stronger. By relying on a top-graded secret treasure, he was unquestionably a level 3 Cosmos God. And Western Floating Old Ancestor's direct combat strength barely reached the level 3 Cosmos God realm. Yet he could change his aura and appear at any location in the Western Floating Nation. This was a technique that was even more heaven-defying than teleportation. It was similar to Old Monster Stone's technique, which allowed him to materialize and then disappear. Even spatial freeze was useless against him. Furthermore, this body of Western Floating Patriarch had once been instantly destroyed by an invincible existence. However, it didn't take long before a new body appeared out of nowhere. Unkillable, appearing out of thin air. He barely had the strength of a level 3 Cosmos God. This technique was not something a level 2 Cosmos God could possess. The realm Heart Great Land acknowledged that Western Floating Old Ancestor must have acquired a unique top-graded secret treasure that was geared towards survival. Yingshan Snow Eagle Die. The Western Floating Country King laughed coldly as he sent out a palm strike. Instantly, huge waves surged forth, covering the sky as a gigantic hand appeared above Dongbua Shuiying, trying to drown him. Whoosh! Dongbua Shuiying continued to distort space and teleport himself hundreds of millions of miles away. He fled so quickly. The Western Floating Country King frowned. This is the Scarlet Cloud battle technique. Broken Sky Sovereign Lord said. The Western Floating Ruler grabbed Broken Sky Sovereign Lord and disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he blocked Dongbua Shuiying's path. This time, the Broken Sky Supremacy threw the huge mountain in his hand. The vast mountain peak smashed down from the sky. Not good. Even though this mountain peak had yet to reach him, Dongbua Shuiying felt the surrounding time-space being suppressed by this mountain peak. The unseen pressure made his body feel incredibly heavy. He tried his best to teleport, yet space was incredibly heavy. He could barely teleport a distance of half a kilometer. And that huge mountain peak was more than 50 million kilometers in size. It came crashing down. He had nowhere to hide. He could not evade at all. Hua! Dongbua Shuiying's body immediately split into two. Two Dongbua Shuiying stood side by side. One of them was wearing the 5 phase beads, and the other was wielding the Scarlet Cloud God Spear. Open! The unarmed Dongbua Shuiying immediately extended both his hands upwards. His 10 fingers became huge. At that moment, hong hong hong. Every finger was wrapped with 5 strands of light, forming a huge 5 phases sealing space. Originally, Dongbua Shuiying had reached large success in his 5 phases sealing technique. By relying on the 5 phase beads, he was able to unleash power at grand perfection. He was unquestionably at the peak level 2 Cosmos God standard. Both palms slapped upwards. But that enormous mountain peak continued pressing down. Under the pressure of the mountain peak, traces of black cracks appeared. Following that, it collided with the 5 restricted spatial zone, and the spatial zone started to shatter. The other Dongbua Shuiying who wielded the Scarlet Cloud God Spear immediately flicked his spear. Hua! A void maelstrom revolved around the spear, causing it to expand to 5,000 kilometers. This spear struck against the bottom of that enormous mountain peak. Even though it was slightly weaker, it was still a spear at the peak level 2 Cosmos God standard. At the same time when the mountain peak broke the 5 phases sealing space, this flick of the spear had dissipated a large portion of the force. The remaining force was easily withstood by the pinnacle of voidification, with his chaotic origin body. What? Broken Sky Paragon Master was infuriated. He immediately controlled the enormous mountain peak, to smash down again and again. As for the two Dongbo Shuiying, they were defending while retreating. They were unharmed. In my hometown primal chaos void, Sacred Master is still a true final realm cosmos god. By relying on the power of the ancient sacred world, he could merely injure my chaotic origin body lightly. Currently, both of my avatars can exert a peak level 2 strength. It is much easier for my body to withstand the shockwaves from the battle. It isn't even enough to injure me. Dongbo Shuiying felt incredibly relaxed. The 5 phases sealing technique was tyrannical. It was powerful in direct combat too. The Scarlet Cloud combat technique was slightly weaker. That was because he was just a level 1 cosmos god, and could not unleash the full power of the Scarlet Cloud god spear. But even if he could unleash a peak level 2 strength, the Scarlet Cloud combat technique had protective techniques, dissipation techniques, distorting the void domain, piercing through the void, and many other techniques. It was incredibly powerful in survival. You want to kill me? Dream on. The eyes of Dongbo Shuiying flashed with a cold light. He relied on the Devil Emperor gown, and immediately unleashed the mirage. The illusory world descended, enveloping Broken Sky Paragon Master and Western Floating Old Ancestor. The expressions of Broken Sky Paragon Master and Western Floating Old Ancestor changed slightly. They exchanged glances. What a great monarch face you are. Western Floating Old Ancestor snorted coldly. I'll let you off for now. So. The two of them disappeared without a trace. The edge of Dongbo Shuiying's lips curled upwards when he saw that. He immediately fled. Western Floating Old Ancestor and Broken Sky Paragon Master teleported to another location. This snow eagle has just become a cosmos god. It is fine for him to be so strong. But who would have thought that his body cultivation is so strong too? I can't injure him even with the help of the arrays. Broken Sky Paragon Master transmitted. He looked at the distant white-robed young man who was teleporting away. He could exert the strength of a level 3 cosmos god without relying on the arrays. With the support of the arrays, his power was horrifying and could threaten these level 2 cosmos god experts. But Snow Eagle, who had just broken through not too long ago, was not injured at all when he faced the attacks head-on. We can't kill him unless we use the time-space sphere to trap him, Western Floating Old Ancestor said. But his teacher, Southern Cloud King, could execute the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique and force his way into the time-space sphere to save his disciple. This brat even specialized in soul techniques, causing us to be constantly affected by the mirage and illusory realm, preventing us from unleashing our full strength. Amen, Broken Sky Paragon Master agreed. The feeling of being constantly assaulted by the mirage and illusory realm was indeed unbearable. Broken Sky Paragon Master had to split out 30% of his heart force to resist against it. It was taxing for him to control his top-graded secret treasure. Let's forget about Monarch Ancient Frost from the Icy Snow Ancient Nation. His body cultivation has reached the peak of the level 2, and we can't kill him within a short period. Over time, the 3 old men from the Icy Snow Ancient Nation might act as 4 Eagle City Master. If we are fast enough, we might be able to kill him within a short period. Broken Sky Paragon Master discussed with Western Floating Old Ancestor. No other choice. Reaching the level 2 Cosmos God realm, especially those with huge backgrounds, it was hard to kill them. It would be a huge success for the Western Floating Nation if they could kill one. Even Dongbo Shuiying dared to participate in this because he had a chaotic origin body. Otherwise, he would not dare to kill his way to the gathering grounds of devils. So. Dongbo Shuiying was constantly teleporting with his domain. He had to escape from the region of the arrays. Within the arrays, he was forced to reveal himself. As long as he escaped, he could rely on the pinnacle of voidification to conceal his tracks. Even though the other party could not kill him. But as someone like Dongbo Shuiying who had great survivability, he was most afraid of one thing: being trapped. By then, he could only ask his teacher for help. Amen. As Dongbo Shuiying was escaping, he was also paying attention to the disturbances in the distant battle. Monarch Ancient Frost was also escaping, and Eagle City Master was facing danger. Even though Eagle City Master's techniques are sinister and ruthless, his survivability is still too weak. Dongbua Shuang could see that Eagle City Master was in danger. Eagle City Master belonged to the faction of apocalyptic God Emperor, of the 5 ancestors from the myriad realms ancient nation. Hua! Suddenly, the world turned silent. An enormous and dazzling arm seemed to appear from the other side of the world. It directly extended over to where Eagle City Master was. That enormous palm lightly grabbed onto Eagle City Master. The gray-robed old man Eagle City Master let out a sigh of relief. Limitless City Master. Western floating old ancestor was startled. He brought Broken Sky Paragon Master and teleported back more than 50 billion kilometers. It's Limitless City Master. Broken Sky Paragon stared at the enormous, dazzling arm in the sky. Eagle City Master is a subordinate of apocalyptic God Emperor. Limitless City Master is actually acting to save him? The myriad realms ancient nation had 5 ancestors. The tyrannical apocalyptic God Emperor. The savage realm beast king. The transcendent drifter. But of the 5 ancestors, the one whom outsiders feared the most was the creator of the 10 Holy Scrolls, the Limitless City Master. Limitless City Master was the most gentle of the 5, and he cared the most about the lower-level living beings. But this gentle and good-tempered Limitless City Master was actually the most unpredictable. In terms of deterrence, he was ranked first amongst the 5 ancestors of the myriad realms ancient nation. Chapter 1130. Limitless City Master had green skin and 2 blood horns protruding from his head. Nonetheless, his eyes were filled with calmness. Even a weak animal without any intelligence would not feel threatened in front of Limitless City Master. Limitless City Master was like a part of this endless world. He did not emit any aura, nor did he emit any pressure. He was so ordinary. City Master, I'll have to trouble you. World Annihilation God Emperor transmitted over. Reaching his status, he would not easily ask others for help. But amongst the experts under him, Eagle City Master was considered an important member. Hence, he had to protect him. It's just a minor matter. Limitless City Master transmitted back. It's just that his eyes were still looking towards the southeast. In that distant direction, he sensed a familiar old friend. Who would have thought that you have returned? Limitless City Master communicated with another terrifying existence through his thoughts. Haha. I knew that the moment I reveal my aura, I'll definitely be discovered by you. I can hide from others in the entire realm Heart Great Land, but not from you. The consciousness of that terrifying existence contained death and destruction. Just sensing it would cause one's soul to fall into a nightmare that they could never wake up from. Limitless City Master said, "Why? You didn't take that step? That time you were so proud and arrogant. You left the realm Heart Great Land to forge your own path, thinking that you have grasped the supreme law after so many years. Who would have thought that you are the same as us? How could it be that easy to take that step?" That terrifying consciousness pondered for a moment before replying. You didn't grab the best opportunity. From now on, you can only break through with force. Limitless City Master transmitted. But according to the legends, that Lord Lo Chung from the Origin Great Land walked on the path of breaking through with force. You might be able to succeed. Stop rejoicing in my misfortune. That terrifying consciousness quickly retracted. He was too lazy to continue speaking. Using brute force to break through the technique was far too difficult. Limitless City Master also retracted his consciousness. Even though they exchanged a few simple words, he still muttered. Yet another failure. Leaving the realm Heart Great Land without accumulating enough strength? Western floating nation. Dongbua Shuang looked at the gigantic arm, grabbing the Eagle City Lord in the sky, and how it easily retracted and disappeared. Dongbua Shuang couldn't help but be shocked. Limitless City Lord, when can I reach such a realm? Dongbua Shuang felt incredibly envious. Naturally, after reaching the final realm, he could bring his family and friends to other origin worlds. After all, the primal chaos void was too far away from the realm Heart Great Land. In the future, If he were to bring others with him using the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique, he would have to choose the nearest origin world. Hurry up and get out! Holding the Scarlet Cloud Divine Spear, he continued to advance at high speed. The void twisted. Shwa shwa shwa. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported 8 to 10 times, and soon, he had crossed the final distance. After all, the entire spell formation was 100 billion kilometers in length, and he was originally only several billion kilometers away from the edge. We're out. Although the spell formation was powerful, it could be easily penetrated by the peak of voidification. Phew. Dongbui Shuiying heaved a sigh of relief. The moment he came out, he teleported far away, turning invisible to the extreme. Only then did he casually watch the battle between Great Monarch Ancient Frost, Western Floating Old Ancestor, and Broken Sky Paragon Master. It seems Western Floating Old Ancestor, and the others can't kill a single one of them this time. Dongbui Shuiying thought when he saw that. That's right too. How could level 2 cosmos gods be so easy to kill? Unless unparalleled existences acted directly. But unparalleled existences were all at the highest level in the realm Heart Great Land. And they cared about their reputation. Furthermore, some of the enemies in the surroundings were indulged by them. In their opinion, this was a form of tempering for the cosmos gods under them. Hong! Hong! Dongbui Shuiying suddenly turned around. He looked to the south and north. His senses that had fused with the essence of the void were incredibly sharp. He could sense 2 locations where a huge battle was taking place. Battle? I've waited for 50,000 years, yet there wasn't a single battle. Now that Western Floating Old Ancestor and the others are acting, and Limitless City Lord is acting to save them, there are battles taking place in other locations too? Have they discovered the other members of the 4 Vicious of Western Floating? Dongbui Shuiying immediately began scouting. He first looked to the south. Far away to the south, there were 2 parties fighting. One was an expert wearing black armor. He wielded 2 blades, and his figure was illusory. Every blade light that flew past would cause the surrounding to silently dissipate into nothingness. His opponent was one of the 4 Vicious of Western Floating, Devil Monarch Evil Heart. At this moment, Devil Monarch Evil Heart was having a hard time defending against the attacks. At the same time, his body would turn into a stream of water after being struck. It is Great Commander Huiyu from the Primogenita Ancient Nation, a Paragon Master. He should have found Devil Monarch Evil Heart in the dark, and is waiting for Western Floating Old Ancestor and Broken Sky Paragon Master to act before taking the chance to deal against Devil Monarch Evil Heart? Dongbui Shuiying understood this point. Even though there is a slight gap in strength, it isn't that easy to kill Devil Monarch Evil Heart. Great Commander Huiyu, he was a subordinate of Eternal Night Primogenitor from the Primogenito Ancient Nation. Eternal Night Primogenitor naturally trusted the 9 Eternal Night Walkers, which he refined the most. And Great Commander Huiyu was not one of the 9 Eternal Night Walkers. Nevertheless, because he was powerful, he had a relatively high status under Eternal Night Primogenitor. Dongbui Shuiying once again broke through the realm destruction to spy on the battle in the north. Far away. Dongbui Shuiying was startled. The one being chased was Devil Monarch Yin Fire, of the 4 Vicious of Western Floating. He was powerful, and was not someone to be trifled with. But at this moment, Devil Monarch Yin Fire was fleeing in a sorry state. It's him. Dongbui Shuiying saw the one chasing after Devil Monarch Yin Fire. It was a wicked bald-headed male with red eyebrows. 2 small golden snakes were dangling from his ears. He held onto a wooden pole, and chased after Devil Monarch Yin Fire with a cold expression. 9 Venom Religion Master? He finally saw someone from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. There were only 3 Paragon Masters from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation participating in the public contest this time. Not mentioning how high the status of Great Paragon Fui was, it was likely that Great Paragon Fui disdained from participating in the contest. The other 2 were Fire Devil Paragon Master and 9 Venom Religion Master. 9 Venom Religion Master was famous for his hex poison. He was hard to deal with, and should not be trifled with. By relying on the secret treasure wooden pole, His hex poison was even more frightening. It was no wonder Devil Monarch Yin Fire was desperately escaping. Let's give it a try. Dongbua Shuang felt his heart moving. He immediately teleported over stealthily. Currently, he could teleport to a great distance. Just a single teleportation brought him close to that battle. As he got closer, because both parties were chasing after each other, space froze. Dongbua Shuang could only rely on teleportation to get closer. Devil Monarch Yin Fire felt unbearable. The hex poison had permeated into his soul. Even with his level 2 Cosmos God soul, he still felt waves of dizziness. He could only forcefully suppress it. Currently it was still within his control. But if he continued fighting, he would be in danger. If no one was chasing after him, he could easily expel the hex poison out of his body. But now, 9 Venom Religion Master was chasing after him. Damn, 9 Venom Religion Master is here too. Devil Monarch Yin Fire would rather meet other Paragon Masters than this 9 Venom Religion Master. Old Ancestor, 9 Venom Religion Master is chasing after me. I can't hold on any longer. Devil Monarch Yin Fire hurriedly asked for help. Even though he could hold on for a while longer, he did not dare to take the risk. I'm coming. Western Floating Old Ancestor did not dare to delay. Die. 9 Venom Religion Master was also doing his best to chase after him. He was afraid that Western Floating Old Ancestor would appear and save him. Suddenly, 5 rays of light appeared without any warning. They enveloped Devil Monarch Yin Fire. Furthermore, a terrifying mirage and illusory realm invaded the soul of Devil Monarch Yin Fire. Not good. Devil Monarch Yin Fire was being invaded by the mirage and illusory realm. At this moment, he understood that he would be doomed the moment he fell into it. He tried his best to struggle, but under the influence of the hex poison, he could barely maintain his consciousness. He tried his best to brandish the weapon in his hand, yet he could not execute any powerful techniques, much less shaking the 5 phases sealed space. South, the 5 phases sealed space rapidly shrunk. Stop. Western Floating Old Ancestor appeared. He looked incredibly savage as he sent a palm over. Nevertheless, a spear appeared from nothingness and directly blocked this furious strike from Western Floating Old Ancestor. It merely delayed for a moment. The shrunken 5 phases sealed space was kept into the 5 phase beads on Dongbua Shuiying's wrist. I actually succeeded? Dongbua Shuiying felt a pleasant surprise. He only felt that Devil Monarch Yin Fire seemed to be in an abnormal state after being chased. That was why he decided to strike. Who knew if he could gain some benefits? Relying on the pinnacle of voidification, he stealthily arrived by the side of Devil Monarch Yin Fire. The mirage and illusory realm and 5 phases sealing technique enveloped over. Who would have thought that he succeeded? Yingshan Snow Eagle. Western Floating Old Ancestor was incomparably furious. This time, he wanted to lie in ambush and let those cosmos gods who came to hunt him suffer. Even if he could not kill them, he could let them know that the Western Floating Nation was not a place to be trifled with. Under ordinary circumstances, most cosmos gods could not kill the incoming cosmos gods, and it was hard for those cosmos gods to kill the apex devils from the Western Floating Nation. After all, they had the protection of Western Floating Old Ancestor. But this time, Monarch Feishua had succeeded in biting off a piece of meat from their bodies. Western Floating Old Ancestor was both startled and furious. Hurry up and leave. Dongbua Shuiying himself was pleasantly surprised. He did not dare to hesitate. He immediately maintained the pinnacle of voidification and fled with a so. Not just Western Floating Old Ancestor or 9 Venom Religion Master. They could not discover Dongbua Shuiying, who was in the pinnacle of voidification. Giving a wedding dress to that brat from the Southern Cloud Nation? 9 Venom Religion Master was not confident of succeeding, but he still wanted to take the chance when Limitless City Master acted. Who would have thought that Snow Eagle would actually reap the fruits of his labor? Chapter 1131. I actually succeeded? This is truly an unexpected surprise. Dongbua Shuang felt excited. He used the pinnacle of voidification to escape. He controlled the spatial distortion and left the region of frozen space. With the teleportation, he left the region of Western Floating Nation. Since he had captured Devil Monarch Yin Fire alive, Dongbua Shuang was too lazy to stay in the Western Floating Nation. Time to return. He executed the destructive realm teleportation technique. Dongbua Shuang stepped into the distorted spatial maelstrom. When he appeared again, he had already traversed more than half the realm Heart Great Land and arrived at the Feishua City in the Southern Cloud Nation. I'm back. Feishua City Monarch Residence. Dongbua Shuang returned. He could not help but reveal a grin as he strolled around the Monarch Residence. The Monarch Residence had just been expanded. At the same time, the entire Feishua City was also expanded. The original city was the inner city, and an outer city that was 10 times bigger was constructed. Monarch. Monarch. The rules within the Monarch Residence became stricter. The female attendants all greeted respectfully. It is rare for my son to come out. Ying Shanlai, who immediately came out after knowing that his son had appeared. Currently, his status in the Monarch Residence was incredibly high. The entire Yingshan clan was faintly being led by this side of Feishua City. Father. Dongbua Shuang greeted. Haha, don't always stay in closed-door cultivation. I've heard that those unparalleled existences in the realm Heart Great Land frequently travel around. Ying Shanlai, who carefully advised his son. He did not know about the opening of the Realm Heart God Palace. Oh right, I've just collected some good wine. Snow Eagle, why don't you try it too? Ying Shanlai, who was very careful. His relationship with this son of his was not too close. After all, he did not attach much importance to Rong Xinglan previously. It was because his son was too dazzling. Ying Shanlai, who naturally tried to get closer to his son. But he had no choice. His son was too powerful. That time, not long after he came out of closed-door cultivation, he resolved the crisis of the entire Ardent Fire City by himself. Currently, his strength was even more unfathomable. According to rumors, he was even treated as an upper-honored guest in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, of the 6 great ancient nations. All right. Dongbua Shuang nodded with a smile. Let's see what kind of wine it is. Ying Shanlai, who merely invited him. Who would have thought that his son would agree to it? He immediately became joyful. Go, 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 where are we going? Why don't we go to my newly built garden? Dongbua Shuang nodded. He was in a good mood as well. At Dongbua Shuang, his mood was excellent. It was rare for him to drink with his father Ying Shanlai, who at night. The news of him capturing Devil Monarch Yin Fire from the Western Floating Nation spread like a storm. It was especially so for the Summer Wind Ancient Nation and the surrounding vassal organizations. In Summer Wind Capital, within a wooden house in a relatively quiet courtyard, a male in a loose robe sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Above his head floated a bead that was emitting a faint light. On the bead, golden inscriptions were constantly revolving, as if they contained all sorts of profound mysteries regarding the operation of an origin world. He was Great Paragon Fui. He was famous across the entire realm Heart Great Land. His fame was proven through many terrifying battles. Even though there were 9 Great Paragons in the entire Summer Clan, the status of Great Paragon Fui was entirely different. Furthermore, the most famous Great Paragon Fui in the Summer Clan was Great Paragon Fui. Even though Southern Cloud King, Western Floating Old Ancestor, and others were absolute overlords, they mainly focused on survival. And Great Paragon Fui was not only good at survival, his direct combat strength was frightening too. Great Paragon Fui had once killed his way into the Towering Sky Ancient Nation because of his disciple. With the appearance of 9 great avatars, the Towering Sky Ancient Nation had many experts, yet they could not defend against him at all. In the end, the Towering Sky Ancient Nation was utterly routed. Even that unparalleled existence from the Towering Sky Ancient Nation, Towering Sky King, could only gain the upper hand. His fame was unquestionably earned by killing. Emperor Summer attached great importance to this general with the strongest combat strength. He bestowed a total of 3 top-graded secret treasures to Great Paragon Fui. One should not feel that it was too much. Great Paragon Fui was a freak who had reached the peak of level 2 Cosmos God realm, in both the Tao of Void and Tao of Light. By fusing the two Taos together, every avatar of Great Paragon Fui was incredibly tyrannical. Hence, Emperor Summer bestowed 3 top-graded secret treasures to Great Paragon Fui. It was said that Great Paragon Fui had reaped a huge harvest in the Realm Heart God Palace. Hence, when 9 great avatars worked together, ordinary level 3 Cosmos gods would not be his opponent. Towering Sky King merely held the upper hand. That was why his participation in the selection had startled both Dongbui Shui Ying and Southern Cloud King. Great Paragon. A young man respectfully said outside the wooden house. The clan has sent news that monarch Feishue from the Southern Cloud Nation has captured Devil Monarch Yin Fire from the Western Floating Nation alive. Oh, captured alive? The long and narrow eyes of Great Paragon Fui opened. Yes, it is said that Devil Monarch Yin Fire was ambushed by 9 Venom Religion Master. After a great battle, Devil Monarch Yin Fire was heavily injured and had to escape. As he escaped, Monarch Feishue arrived close to him, using the Pinnacle of Voidification, and directly executed the 5 phases sealing technique. It is even possible that Monarch Feishue had even executed the Mirage and Illusory Realm technique. The young man said, Devil Monarch Yin Fire was heavily injured, yet he could not break out of the 5 phases sealing space. Hence, he was kept into the 5-phase beads. Slightly interesting. Great Paragon Fui softly nodded. It seems that the contest for the quotas this time is going to be more interesting. He was not worried about the quotas. In terms of treasures, he could compete with some unparalleled existences. Taking out a precious treasure would allow him to complete the special treasure mission in the bounty mission and obtain huge contribution points. Even though Fire Devil Paragon Master and 9 Venom Religion Master were famous, they were too poor when compared to Great Paragon Fui. What? A brat from the Southern Cloud Nation captured Devil Monarch Yin Fire alive? He is so lucky. The huge figure of Fire Devil Paragon Master was currently seated on top of a mountain within the Black Devil Great Lake. His figure was so huge that it was much bigger than this small mountain peak. To him, he could simply charge around in the Black Devil Great Lake. There was nothing that could frighten him. Devil Monarch Yin Fire has killed someone worth 12,000 contribution points. This time, one of the quotas will definitely be taken by that old man Fui. Those Cosmos gods from the 3 great clans would not admit defeat so easily. Who would have thought that a brat from the Southern Cloud Nation would appear? The eyes of Fire Devil Paragon Master were filled with killing intent. Participating in the competition, but that did not mean that he was determined to get it. Like 9 Venom Religion Master, he only wanted to go. Hence, it was naturally good if he could get a quota. It did not matter even if he could not. He could just wait for the next time. But this time, Fire Devil Paragon Master was determined to get it. Hence, he had to ascertain that he would be ranked in the top 4. Furthermore, given his arrogance, he felt that he should at least be ranked second. He could only allow Great Paragon Fui to be ranked ahead of him. He got 12,000 contribution points. I have to get at least 30,000 contribution points before I am confident of getting it. Fire Devil Paragon Master frowned. Obtaining contribution points was too difficult. Southern Cloud Nation Ingshan Snow Eagle? The messy-haired male who was currently in closed-door cultivation had a god sword placed on his knee. He could not help but grin when he heard the news. Quite amazing. Asterisk 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 as the news spread. It made some of the participating Cosmos gods feel pressured. At the same time, many experts across the Realm Heart Great Land gained a deeper understanding of Monarch Feishue from the Southern Cloud Nation. For him to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger in front of 9 Venom Religion Master from the Western Floating Nation and capture Devil Monarch Yin Fire alive, this Monarch Feishue was indeed frightening. Southern Cloud Capital, within the Royal Palace. Southern Cloud, this disciple of yours is quite amazing. He captured a level 2 Cosmos god alive. A handsome young man wearing a luxurious golden robe and a crown sat on the throne. An aura of death and destruction was being emitted from his body. Even though it was faint, it still made Southern Cloud King, who was serving by the side, feel an unseen pressure. Southern Cloud King added, "This disciple of mine has reincarnated into this world. He is still weaker than me by an entire level, and isn't worth mentioning." He did not wish for this teacher of his to pay attention to Ying Shan's Snow Eagle. Towards this cheap teacher of his, he did not have any feelings at all. He only felt fear. "Are you afraid of me?" The luxurious golden-robed handsome young man with long black hair was smiling at Southern Cloud King. "That time when teacher shocked the entire realm Heart Great Land, I had just become a cosmos god. Naturally I revere you." Southern Cloud King answered, "Even though this is the first time we met, you will understand my temperament after interacting with me for a while. I have left the realm Heart Great Land for too long, and I do not have many subordinates left. You are considered the most useful of them all." The luxurious golden-robed handsome young man softly sighed. "Time is truly merciless. Quite a few old friends of mine are no longer around. All right, I need you to prepare a few dozen pineapple fruits for me. I'm preparing to head to the Broken Teeth Mountain Range." "Yes, teacher. I will prepare them within 3 days." Southern Cloud King answered. "No rush. Currently, I have plenty of time." The luxurious golden-robed handsome young man said, "Oh right, remember to keep the news of my return a secret. Currently, not many know of my return." "Yes," Southern Cloud King acknowledged. Chapter 1132. The luxurious golden-robed handsome young man nodded slightly. He then stood before disappearing from the vicinity. Even though his techniques were formidable, Southern Cloud King controlled the arrays of the entire capital. He could still sense that this cheap teacher of his had left. Who would have thought that he would actually return? Southern Cloud King frowned. Truly unlucky. This was indeed the first time he met this teacher. That time, he was like a stray dog escaping. Due to an opportunity, he arrived at a historical remnant and obtained the top-graded secret treasure, the Twin Realm Blade. This was also what he relied on to turn the situation around. And in reality, the reason why this top-graded secret treasure, the Twin Realm Blade, was left in the historical remnant was deliberately left behind by this teacher of his. Those who wanted to obtain this secret treasure had to swear an oath and take him as their teacher. The binding of the oath, reaching the level of Southern Cloud King. Even if one violated the oath, there would not be any danger. It was merely going against his Tao heart, and it would be hard for him to improve further in his cultivation. But to Southern Cloud King, who had the ambition to reach the final realm of Cosmos God, he was not willing to violate the oath until the very last moment. That time, I only wanted to turn the situation around. Furthermore, I thought that he had fallen. Who would have thought that he didn't die and even returned? Southern Cloud King shook his head. That time, he was in such a miserable state. It was just taking an unparalleled existence who had disappeared for a very long time. He did not hesitate at all. And now his teacher came. This was the first time they met. Firstly, Southern Cloud King did not wish to violate the oath. Secondly, he did not wish to anger this teacher of his. After all, when the other party was moving unhindered across the realm Heart Great Land, he had just become a cosmos god. He understood how frightening the other party was. If I really angered him, the entire Southern Cloud Nation, other than me, would die. Southern Cloud King sighed inwardly. The other party represented death in the past. And now, his strength might have improved, but Southern Cloud King would rather endure and not anger the other party. Feishua City. Dongbua Shuang accompanied his father Ying Shan Lai Hu to drink for an entire night, before returning to his courtyard. He sat cross-legged in a pavilion by the lake. Looking at the 5-phase beads that appeared on his wrist, he immediately sent an avatar into one of the beads. The inner world of the 5-phase beads. Dongbua Shuang appeared in midair, and saw Demon Lord Yen Fire sitting cross-legged on the ground, trying his best to expel the voodoo toxin out of his body. After one night, the voodoo toxin in Demon Lord Yen Fire's body had been mostly expelled. However, Demon Lord Yin Fire didn't feel happy at all. Instead, his heart felt heavy. He knew that death was right in front of him. "You're here." Demon Monarch Yin Fire looked at Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang smiled. He only came to see Devil Monarch Yin Fire after a night had passed. He wanted Devil Monarch Yin Fire to calm down. "Fiend Monarch Yin Fire, you have two choices," said Dongbua Shuang. "First, I'll kill you and take your treasures. The second option is for you to take the initiative to offer up your treasures, and I'll send you to the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Even though the Summer Wind Ancient Nation might punish you by making you work for them, you can at least keep your life." It was not difficult to kill Demon Monarch Yin Fire while he was imprisoned in the 5-phase beads. All that was needed was for both sides to kill each other. But the 5-phase beads isolated the flow of world energy. Without the replenishment of world energy, Devil Monarch Yin Fire would eventually exhaust all his energy and die. "Since I'm captured by you, I can only serve the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. What else can I do?" Devil Monarch Yin Fire growled. He had no other choice. To the 6 great ancient nations, these devils would be killed if they were weak. And most who became cosmos gods would have their value. Every ancient nation would have a group of thugs, hidden in the dark. Weaker ancient nations like the Moonflower Ancient Nation and Towering Sky Ancient Nation would even take the initiative to recruit some great devils over. They did not set up any restrictions, and those great devils were relatively free. "Very good," Dongbua Shuang said. He then extended his hand, causing a strand of cosmos god energy to enter the body of Devil Monarch Yin Fire. Devil Monarch Yin Fire did not obstruct it. He easily checked through the body of Devil Monarch Yin Fire. All the secret treasures of Devil Monarch Yin Fire flew out. Devil Monarch Yin Fire did not obstruct them at all. Reaching this stage, he knew what he should do. By serving the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, there will be a day when I regain my freedom. Dongbua Shuang felt satisfied after checking through the body. Because if he were to be captured alive, the Summer Wind Ancient Nation would have another thug the moment they set up a restriction. Other than the contribution points, he would be rewarded with cosmos crystals. This Devil Monarch Yin Fire would most likely give him an additional 10 billion cosmos crystals. Even though the value of Devil Monarch Yin Fire was low, it was still an additional benefit. To the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, sending some honored guests to carry out missions would require them to pay contribution points. Some of the more powerful honored guests would even grumble and directly reject the mission. But these thugs were different. They did not need to be rewarded. They did not dare to disobey orders. "I've been free until now, yet I've fallen in the hands of this monarch Feishua." Devil Monarch Yin Fire sat cross-legged. Even though he felt sorrowful, he knew what he should do. Dongbua Shuang did not hunt anyone else within the Feishua city, because he was clear that it was a great fortune for him to capture Devil Monarch Yin Fire alive. According to experience, every time the Realm Heart God Palace opened, it was not bad for the Summer Wind Ancient Nation to kill one of the mission targets. Because those who could be listed in the bounty missions were hard to kill. If not for him, Dongbua Shuang, being cunning enough to reach the pinnacle of voidification stealthily, if not for 9 Venom Religion Master helping him, if not for Western Floating Old Ancestor being slower by a step, he would not have succeeded. Hence, he knew that he was lucky. Furthermore, of all the targets, only Devil Monarch Wind Moon was countered by him. But Devil Monarch Wind Moon knew that he had a weakness in his heart temperament. Hence, he chose to hide in the treasure that Western Floating Old Ancestor brought with him. Hence, after some searching, he discovered that the location of Devil Monarch Wind Moon was where Western Floating Old Ancestor was. That was how Western Floating Old Ancestor could disguise as Devil Monarch Wind Moon. Naturally, the other Devil Monarchs did not dare to hide in the treasure that Western Floating Old Ancestor brought with him. Because Western Floating Old Ancestor wasn't that strong. It was just that after his body was destroyed, he could rapidly form another body. If the 4 great Devil Monarchs hid together, Great Paragon Fui, and other horrifying existences would most likely work together to wipe them out. It is considered amazing to kill 1 or 2 targets in the quota contest for the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Most of the time, It is still the strange treasure missions that accumulate contribution points. Dongbo Shuang thought. The strange treasure missions are what the Summer Wind Ancient Nation requires, yet they are rare and lacking. Dongbo Shuang thought. Even the 3 great clans in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation wanted them. One could see how rare they were. No matter how valuable they were, these strange treasures all had a common point. They were rare. Those participating in the competition were all relatively strong. They were all doing their best to search for them. According to history, most would require around 10,000 contribution points to obtain a quota. In history, there were times when the quota was slightly higher. For instance, it would require 10,000 to 20,000 contribution points to obtain a quota. Sometimes it would be slightly lower. Just 5,000 contribution points would allow one to obtain a quota. And this little contribution points would allow one to obtain a quota. One could understand the difficulty of the assassination and strange treasure missions. Dongbo Shuang, who was seated cross-legged in the pavilion, smelled the fragrance of the warm fruit wine. Suddenly, he felt something and looked over. Hua! A figure condensed on the lake in front of him. It was a yellow-robed male with a protruding forehead. Dongbo Shuang was startled. He immediately stood up. Greetings, Great Paragon. The person who came was one of the 9 great paragons from the Summer Clan, Great Paragon Iron Wind. His strength was slightly lower, comparable to Broken Sky Paragon Master from the Western Floating Nation. Actually, the majority of Paragon Masters only had this strength. But no matter what, the other party was a core member of the Summer Clan. Monarch Feishue, Great Paragon Iron Wind, stepped on the void with a grin. He walked into the pavilion and sniffed. This wine is truly fragrant. I wonder if I can have a few cups with you. It is Feishue's honor for Great Paragon to come and drink with you. Dongbo Shuang immediately said. Great Paragon Iron Wind immediately sat down. Only then did Dongbo Shuang sit down. No other choice. Even if their strength was comparable, those from other nations would still be weaker by a level when facing a great paragon from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. After all, the other party had a bunch of helpers. Furthermore, he was weaker than the other party. Rest assured, I will definitely not mistreat Monarch Feishue. I'll fork out 30 billion cosmos crystals as compensation. Dongbo Shuiying's expression changed slightly. Compensation? Once the 90,000 years deadline was up, he would be able to hand over 12,000 contribution points. And a total of 10 billion cosmos crystals. Just these alone would be worth no less than 30 billion cosmos crystals. Because contribution points could be exchanged for cosmos crystals, but cosmos crystals could not be exchanged for contribution points. Furthermore, it was possible for him to obtain a slot to enter the Realm Heart God Palace with his contribution points. Great Paragon, I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation too. I need to enter the Realm Heart God Palace too. Dongbo Shuang said. He was not lying. Just after becoming a Cosmos God, he had broken through to the Cosmos God realm in all 9 branches of the Tao of Void. Because his accumulations were too deep, he had reached a bottleneck after fusing the Sky Phase and Earth Phase over 10 billion years. He would be stepping into the Level 2 Cosmos God realm soon. Monarch Feishue, if you agree, I'll owe you a favor too. Great Paragon Iron Wind said. Dongbo Shuang felt slightly frustrated in his heart. Favor? If it was a favor from Great Paragon Fui, it would be worth a lot. As for Great Paragon Iron Wind, there was a limit to how strong he was. How useful could a favor be? Why? You aren't willing? Great Paragon Iron Wind frowned. You think it is too little? Even though that good friend of mine said 30 billion cosmos crystals, I can increase it to 50 billion cosmos crystals. That should be enough to compensate for your loss. Monarch Feishue, you are still young, so why are you so anxious? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Start at your tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.